Hello, 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 and good morning to you all. My name is Franz Lucian, and I am a museum educator at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, and I'll be your host for today. I am thrilled to welcome you all to Kids Week, which is happening this year virtually. Now, thank you all for tuning in. We have a lot of exciting things happening for you all today throughout Kids Week, like fun activities, demonstrations, and cool performances. Also, a Rockette, which is going to be awesome, and much, 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 much more. All right. Now, as you are watching each program, I'll have a question for you all, and if you guys have a question or a comment, feel free to type it into the chat. Feel free to type it into the comment section, and our guests will get to some of them throughout the program. All right. Now, before we introduce our first guest, for those of you who are not familiar with the Intrepid Museum, it is home to an amazing collection of historic aircraft and artifacts that you can experience. We have 28 of the world's military aircraft, the Concorde, a Cold War era submarine, a NASA space shuttle, and of course, we have the landmark historic aircraft carrier Intrepid. Lots of cool stuff for all the ages. Now, while the Intrepid Museum is closed right now, we hope that when we do reopen, you come visit us. But for now, we have tons of engaging virtual programming each week. To learn more about these programs, you can go back to intrepidmuseum.org. And now, here's a little video of some of the great things that we do over at the museum. Let's take a look.
So the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum is truly a bridge, and through the lens of history, we can actually connect the past to the future.
Is in use today. These ships still use.
These things are not relics. They're as inspirational as they were 7 decades ago, and they're very important and relevant to that next generation of engineers, scientists, and the problem solvers. Thrust and gravity and lift, all these concepts of flight are available to learn.
To fly is change the amount of lift generated on her wings.
It's such a sensory experience. You can still smell the oil. My name is Nick Lawrence. I'm an assistant principal at a school in the South Bronx. This is the 5th year our students will be coming to the Intrepid. If you're in this space where things were happening, it's easier to think about and really envision what people were going through.
What's your ages, guys?
16.
Wow. In 1967, in the war zone, this ship was run by your age group. Think about it. That's why you would come in as a kid and you left as a man, because you had to.
You're able to visualize how the events will affect you.
Seeing the planes and things that were around during the time that you're learning about in a textbook, like, it's crazy to me.
I found it magical. During Kids Week, we met a veteran who actually served on the Intrepid, and he was telling us stories like how they used to eat out of their helmets.
I think lessons are learned from history. I think it's great that, children come and see the ship as it is now and all the exhibits here.
For me, Intrepid is a compelling place to think about history. This little piece of metal is a piece of shrapnel. It lodged in the hip of a sailor named Edward Winfrey, who was on the flight deck at the time Intrepid was struck by a kamikaze aircraft. Supporting the Intrepid Museum allows us to preserve and present history, not just to our audiences who come here today, but also for future generations. Audiences down the road can ask their own questions about Intrepid's history.
The mission that it's on now will never end. If people keep giving and supporting this ship, it'll go on forever. It's alive and living in Manhattan. In Manhattan, when I'm on the flight deck in the evening and the lights come on the city, are you kidding me? It's an incredible experience.
Wow. So thank you all so much for sticking with us. I gotta say, as a museum educator at the Intrepid, oral histories are super important for us to translate Intrepid's history and story to individuals who come to the museum. So we're so happy to have folks who can do those things for us. Now, ladies and gentlemen, you are all in for a special, special treat. Up first, we have Ballet Hispanico School of Dance, presenting Los Postitos, which is early childhood program featuring a dance class that will focus on developing coordination, spatial awareness, and musicality, with an emphasis on each child's individual self-expression. So ladies and gentlemen, that's coming up at 10:15, so hang tight, sit still. We'll be back at 10:15 to show you guys Ballet Hispanico School of Dance. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and please welcome to the Kidsweek virtual stage, Ballet Hispanico School of Dance.
Hi.
Hi, Rebecca. How are you?
I'm good. I'm so happy to be here.
We're glad to have you. There's a lot of people in the comments already ready to go. So
ready to go and ready to dance.
Yep.
Well, great. So I'm just going to give a little introduction before we get started.
Take it away.
So, all right, thanks. So good morning, everyone. My name is Rebecca Sivkin, and I'm the Early Childhood Programs Associate at Ballet Hispanico. I'm so glad that we were invited by the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum to be part of their virtual Kids Week. Today, we are going to dance together and use our imaginations to stretch with the starfish, jiggle with the jellyfish as we go off on our fantasy sea adventure. We need a few things to prepare for class before we start. So first, you want to make sure you have as much space as possible to dance in. So see if you can move any of your furniture back. Make sure that you have as much space as you can. Look around your space and make sure there's nothing fragile that maybe needs to be moved for safety. Also, look around and see if there's any sharp corners you want to avoid while dancing, and keep that in mind. All right, we also need a few props that we're going to use later in our class. And some of you may have already prepared these props, but if you didn't, don't worry, you have time now. So I'm going to tell you what we're going to need later in the class. First, you're going to need 2 ribbons or ropes. You could use jump ropes, a robe tie, anything that's going to be long. We need 2. They don't have to match, but we're going to lay them down to make a path on the floor. So it doesn't have to be exactly the props I'm showing you. Anything that's a similar size or shape will work. So 2 ribbons or ropes. Then we need 3 things small enough you can jump over, but we want a big jump. So like a small couch cushion or little stuffed animals. We need 3 of those. Then we need something we can put on the ground that we can imagine is a treasure we're going to run in a big circle around. So something different than what you're going to jump over. I have a puzzle that we're going to use. And then finally, anything that you want to pick up off the floor and pose with. So like a magic wand or a ribbon or even your favorite toy. So get all of those things together. And while you're gathering everything, I'm going to show you just a few pictures and tell you a little bit about Ballet Hispanico. So we're going to start our slideshow, and there it is. This is working perfectly. So Ballet Hispanico is the nation's foremost Latino dance organization and has been named one of America's cultural treasures. Could I have the next slide, please? Tina Ramirez founded Ballet Hispanico in 1970. It started as a dance school and a community-based performing arts troupe. The organization has grown into a world-class institution. And here's a picture of the company performing Club Havana. Next slide. Ballet Hispanico brings communities together to celebrate and explore Latino cultures through innovative dance performances, transformative dance training, and community engagement. The organization has flourished in 3 main programs. Its company, which is again pictured here performing Tiburons, the School of Dance, which we'll talk about in a second, and the community arts partnerships. Next slide, please. Performances for young people take audiences on a guided journey through Latinx dance and culture. This interactive, fun-filled exploration features excerpts from the Ballet Hispanico repertoire. Music, cultural connections, choreography insights, and history all come together to deepen the audience's experience of the dance. Next slide. Ballet Hispanico is located on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. We stand proudly as a dance oasis for our Latinx community. Next slide. The School of Dance is a direct link to the organization's values of access, opportunity, and pride for all students interested in dance and Latinx culture. Next slide. We have classes for all ages, 2 through adult, and all levels, novice through pre-professional. Next slide. We offer various styles, including ballet, Spanish dance, flamenco, modern dance, jazz, hip hop, tap, salsa, and other Latin rhythms. Next slide. We have classes year-round with open enrollment, as well as audition-based programs, which are for pre-professional and professional training. And next slide. Our founder envisioned empowering children, giving them a voice and an opportunity to discover new careers in the arts. She believed the arts belonged to everyone, and her vision of sharing lives on today through Ballet Hispanico's educational programs. I have a little video that I want to show you, and we're going to start that. Thank you. So our early childhood classes usually take place at Ballet Hispanico in one of our studios with the students wearing their dance uniforms and in a class with all of their friends. But this past year has challenged all of us to find new ways to share our love of dance with our students in their own homes. So through virtual Zoom classes and summer camps, we're still able to dance together, even if it feels a little different. This also gives us the opportunity to share dance with you today. So you can dance in your living room or your bedroom, with your family, or on your own. Wearing dance clothes, or just something you feel comfortable moving in. So our adventure today is going to start on board the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum, where we'll hop on the British Airways Concorde and fly to Mexico. There, we'll visit the beautiful beaches and stretch with the starfish. We'll dip our toes into the icy cold waters and dance with some fascinating sea creatures, like the jiggling jellyfish. And take batfish in the waters of Veracruz. We'll gallop through the water with the seahorse and swim with the big-head sea robin that inhabit the Gulf of Mexico waters, before climbing on board the submarine Growler to head back to the Intrepid. So let's get started with our class. And first, I would like to introduce you to Miss Ariana. Miss Ariana is an alumni from Ballet Hispanico, and she'll be demonstrating for me today. So you're gonna follow her with her movements. So off to our adventure. First of all, we're going to pretend that we are on the Intrepid Museum. And it's February in New York, and it's very cold outside. And we are dreaming of the beautiful beaches of Mexico. But how are we going to get there? That's right. The British Airways Concorde is on the Intrepid. And Miss Ariana has a picture to show us. That's wonderful. We're going to climb aboard that very fast jet and go all the way to Mexico. There's a flag of where we're going to go. The Mexican flag has three main colors: green, white, and red. And in the white, we have on top of a cactus, an eagle carrying a snake. All right, thank you, Miss Ariana. Let's get ready to climb on board. So we're going to get our wings ready. Now, just like when you saw that picture of the jet, it's very strong and fast. So those wings have to stay very straight, your straightest arms. And when we hear the music play, you're going to go up on your tippy toes and do teeny tiny little runs all around the room until we make it to Mexico. All right, get ready. And flying all over. Fast feet. Keep the arms straight. You can tip your body, but don't drop an arm. And land. Excellent. Good job. All right. Now we've arrived in Mexico. Let's look at a map of Mexico. We're at the airport in the middle of Mexico, but you can see on both sides, there's lots of water. That's where all those beautiful beaches are. So Ariana, do you have a picture of the beaches? That's where we're headed. Now, how are we going to get from the airport to the beaches? I have an idea. There are beautiful parrots that live all over Mexico. Let's fly like the parrots this time to find the beach. So this is going to be different than when we were flying with our jet arms, which were very straight. Now we're going to have wings. You can put any color wings on you want. And these wings are going to move when you fly. So the arms are going to go up and down, and you're bending at the elbows and the wrists. Our feet are still going to move very fast, and we have to listen very carefully to this music. As it slows down, we're going to come in for a landing. All right, feet together, wings on. Here we go. And now the arms are moving up and down with those fast feet. Make sure you're looking down and admiring the beautiful countryside in Mexico. There's jungles with lots of exciting animals we could visit on another day. Can you fly backwards, Miss Ariana and friends? And forward. Keep listening. When you hear the music slow down, follow Miss Ariana for a landing. One knee, two knees, and land. Very nice. Take your wings off and save those for later. Now we've landed at the beach. Let's practice dipping our toes in the water. Miss Ariana, can you move back a little further so our friends can see your feet very clearly? Wonderful. So we're going to sit on our tail with our back nice and tall. Your fingertips can touch the ground, but we're not laying at the beach getting a tan. Can you show us what that looks like? That's not what we're doing right now. We're sitting very tall and using our back muscles to lift us up. We're going to do a foot exercise, dipping our toes into the water. So starting with very flexed feet, dip both toes in the water together, dip them in the water, but it's freezing, so they're popping back up. And again, dip both toes in the water and pop up. We're going to take two toes together 4 times, up and point and up. Then we're going to take 1 foot at a time. So right foot comes down and pops up, and left foot comes down and pops up. Then we'll pad through our feet, changing like you're pushing on the pedals of a bike. All right, so we start flexed feet, toes nice and tall, back nice and tall, and get ready to dip your toes in the water. Toes in the water, and pop. Down, up. Keep your back very tall. Now 1 foot, just the right foot, and up, and the left foot, and do that again. Right foot, left foot, and up. We didn't pad through our feet, so I'm going to play our music one more time. Get ready, nice and tall. My music's not right. There it is. Let's do 2 feet again. 2 feet and right foot only. Left foot only. And both feet. Now padding through the feet. So it's going to go right, left, right, left. Faster. Finish very tall and relax. Excellent. My friends, can you sit crisscross applesauce while I have Miss Ariana stand up to show us the picture of the next animal that we're going to meet, which is one of my favorites. It's a starfish. So we're going to stretch by the water. See how close the starfish is to the water? And we know that water is cold. So when it touches the water, you're going to curl up. I'm going to have Miss Ariana demonstrate that for us. So sitting, and you're going to lay all the way down onto your back. We're going to start hugging our knees, curled up. When we hear the music, our head comes up. Then we're going to stretch everything out. Now, the starfish has 5 points that are stretching. So we're going to use both legs, both arms, and our head to be those 5 points. And you're going to stretch as big as you possibly can. But when the water gets too cold, you're going to curl up into a tight ball with pointed toes and lifting your head. Let's start hugging our knees with our head on the ground, and you can lift your head when you hear the music. Here we go, head up, and stretch as far as you can, and curl up from the cold water. out, out. Make yourself as big as you can. And repeat that again. And stay in this time. And sit back up. Very nice. Now, while we're sitting up, we're going to do a sea anemone. Miss Ariana, do you have a picture of a sea anemone? This sea anemone has pink tentacles that are going to float in the water, kind of like our fingers. Wonderful. So we're going to sit down like dancers, one knee, two knees, put your tail down, and we're going to have the bottoms of our feet together. And move back just a little bit more, Ariana. That's perfect, so we can see. And you're going to put the bottoms of your wrists together, right where your watch would touch if you were holding it, almost so that your hand looks like a flower. Now, those fingers are going to be the sea anemone tentacles, so they're going to wiggle in the water. And they're very hungry, these sea anemones, so they're looking for some plankton to eat. So they're going to make their tentacles float out into the water, and when they see some plankton, they're going to grab them, tuck their head down all the way to your feet, and have a little snack. Then you'll sit back up and show me your sea anemone before it gets big again. Excellent. So sitting nice and tall, knees open to the side, ready for your sea anemone. Float those hands out. Fingers are wiggling. And nibble some plankton. And sit up tall, show me your sea anemone, wiggle those fingers, and they're gonna grow. And down. And sit up tall, beautiful long fingers, wiggling. Look around, look for your fish. Down. And floating those fingers, keep them moving. And let's finish sitting up, showing our sea anemone fingers. Wonderful. Thank you, Miss Ariana. All right, I think she's got another picture to show us. This animal sometimes goes on the beaches in Mexico and hang out. These are seals. Now, I want you to notice how this seal does not have any legs or knees. It has one long tail. So we're going to have to make our body look just like that. So Miss Ariana is going to sit down like a dancer again, and this time she's going to roll onto her tummy. She's going to keep her legs glued together and very straight, so they look just like the seal's tail. And her hands are going to be on the floor right next to shoulders. When you hear the music, you're going to push up on your hands, making your back as tall as you can, lifting your nose as far towards the ceiling as you can, and we're going to make some seal barking noises at home. You'll hear it in the music. All right, make sure those legs are glued down, and let's point our toes so they have an even longer tail. Here we go. Push up as high as you can, up, and listen for the barks. And come down, and up as tall as you can make your body. And down. And last time, see if you can go even taller. Check those legs are straight. And down. Wonderful. Can you go back onto your tail, sitting crisscross applesauce? And we're actually going to stand up now. So let me show you how dancers do that. You're going to put both legs together and put them to the side, kind of like a fish's tail. Then you're going to bend your knees and slide up onto your both knees. Put one foot on the ground. Stand up, closing your feet together. Wonderful. So now we're going to move on to our jellyfish jiggle. Miss Ariana, do you have a picture of all the different jellyfish? What I love about this picture is it shows all the different types of jellyfish that live in the water. They're all different sizes and shapes and colors. So you can choose to be any jellyfish you want to. Beyond that, if you have your ribbons that you're going to use for the obstacle course or your ropes, you can also use those. I'm going to have Miss Ariana put them just in one hand, and she's going to use her hand for the other side. You can do either one. So we're going to do some plies as jellyfish. We're going to start with our feet in first position, which means we want to make our feet look like a little piece of pizza, not too big. We don't want such a big pizza that would make us a tummy ache. So a small piece of pizza. And we're going to put both hands on our waist. We're going to glue them to our waist. Let's give them a kiss with some dance glue. Mwah, and mwah. And they're going to glue to your waist while we do our bends. You're going to bend your knees to make a diamond and stretch and diamond and stretch. 4 times, diamond and stretch and diamond and stretch. Now comes the jiggling. First, we're going to use our arms and jiggle your arms. Then you're going to add your legs and jiggle your legs. Then you're going to add your whole body, jiggle your whole body, and then quickly come back to first position, ready to start again. So nice and tall starting. Check your feet. Make sure your heels are touching and your toes are apart in a small V position. Here we go, jellyfish. See if you can hear them giggling while they jiggle. Bend, stretch. Jiggle your arms and your legs and your whole body. Jiggle. First position. Bend, stretch. Show a diamond each time. Arms, legs, whole body. Let's just do 2 bends this time. Bend, bend, and jiggle for the rest of the music. And finish in a jellyfish pose. Excellent, good. Come and put your ribbon down at the side. And I think Miss Ariana has a picture of our next creature we're gonna find, the stingray. This is a stingray, and they also live in shallow waters of the beaches. Now, sometimes people get a little scared of the stingrays because they're swimming in the sand and they're hard to see. But guess what? The stingrays are more scared of us than we are of them. I'm going to show you with Miss Ariana how we can dance next to the stingrays without scaring them. So they're scared when our big feet are walking around that they're going to get stepped on, which makes sense because they're hidden in the sand. We don't want to scare our friends, the stingrays. So you're going to keep your feet on the floor and shuffle them in the sand, making big clouds of sand so the stingrays know where you are and they'll just swim by you. All right, now when we're shuffling, we can make any pattern we want in the sand. Listen carefully because sometimes we'll go forwards, sometimes we might go backwards, and we might make lots and lots of paths. So feet together, when the music starts, you'll bend your knees and we'll put our arms out to the side to help us balance. Here we go. Bend your knees and go forward, anywhere you can in the room. And backward shuffling. Sideways shuffling. And freeze. Did anyone get stung by any stingrays? That means they were safe. Good for you. Everybody give yourself a pat on the back for doing such brilliant stingray shuffles. Wonderful. Miss Ariana, can you show us our next picture, which is our friend, the crab. The crab is living in the rocks on the beaches in Mexico with those huge pinchers. So let's show us how we're going to dance like a crab. I'm too early. So we're going to put our feet in second position. Go back to first position where we did our jellyfish, and you're just going to keep that same position and open your legs apart. We're going to bend our knees again, like when we did our diamond, and put our claws up on the side. Now, the rule is you can pinch the air, but we're not allowed to pinch any people with our claws, only the air. Now, although this jellyfish were wiggling and our stingray were shuffling in all directions, our crabs are really only going to move sideways. So you're going to step side and close, side and close, side and close, side and close. You can point your toes to the side as well. Point, close, and then when we pinch, very important to remember, we can only pinch the air. We're not going to pinch any people. All right, get ready, feet apart, plie to bend those knees. Here's our crab. Ready, side step, side, close, side, and the other direction. And now point your toes to the side. Can you point them faster? And pinching, sideways. Point those toes. And pinch. Good. Stretch your legs. Shake out those legs. That was excellent. Now, I want Miss Ariana to show you a picture of one of the strangest animals I've ever seen in the ocean. This is the pancake batfish, and it lives in the waters of Veracruz. It's a very strange looking fish. It has foot-like fins complete with elbows, and it pushes off the sea floor, flapping its tail, and it jumps across the sand at the bottom of the ocean just like a frog. All right, so we're going to be our pancake batfish in the Veracruz water. You're going to go down on the sand just like a frog and spring all the way across. Then we're going to use our eyes and look around to find a new direction we want to go. And you may take little steps to face that way. So when you run out of space, you're going to turn your body to find more space to jump in. Make sure there's nothing fragile near you, because these are going to be some big jumps. Here we go. Hold on, sorry, I'm having music went crazy. There it is. Here we go. Ready? Jump! Jump! Now look and find a new space. And jump! And find some new space. Jump. Good. Keep going. And stand up and shake out those legs. That was wonderful. Now, we have another very strange looking fish that lives in the waters here. It looks like it's a cross between a bird and a fish. This is the big head sea robin. There are at least 12 different species of sea robins that inhabit the Gulf of Mexico waters. The big head sea robin you see here is the largest of all. So we're going to swim like our big head sea robin. With those huge fins, you're going to be able to move them really far and fly and swim very quickly through the water. Here we go. Up on your toes and swim. You can even make a fish face. Make bubbles with your mouth. Look at all the other creatures under the ocean. And you can go in any direction, backwards. Spinning. Make any pattern you want in your room. Very nice. Good job. Now our next animal is a pufferfish. Here's a picture of a pufferfish when she's very large and puffed up. Now we're going to do a dance called the pufferfish polka. And if you have somebody with you to dance with, you can do this as a partner. If you're going to do it with a partner, you're going to hold two hands facing your partner. And when you jump, you're going to keep holding hands to open those arms. Make yourself a big pufferfish. If you're doing it all by yourself, you're going to do it just like Miss Ariana, making fists and jumping as big as you can and as small as you can, and as big as you can and as small as you can. After we've done the big and small, you either put your hands on your waist or take your partner's hand still, and you're going to gallop sideways. And you may have to arrange this in your room. Maybe you can't go straight sideways. Maybe you have to go on a diagonal or even make a circular pattern, any pattern you want to. Then you're going to do a quick spin around and make yourself a small pufferfish again, ready to go. All right. So if you're by yourself, Put your hands into your chest. If you're with your partner, hold 2 hands with your partner. Make yourself as small as you can, feet together to start. Here we go with our puffing polka. Ready? Big, and hold it. And small. Big. Small. And we're going to gallop. Gallop. And spin around. Hold your partner's hands or get ready. Again, big. Small. Big. Small. Gallop the other way. Spin. And hold partner's hands. Good job. All right, we have time for one more animal before our obstacle course, and this is the seahorse. I've been waiting for all class. I love the seahorse. Do you see how curly and up the tail is? How high? We're going to do that with our legs. All right, before we start this, those cushions or whatever you're going to use in your obstacle course to jump over, I would like you to take 2 of those and place them on the ground with space in between them. I think we have to take them back a little further, Miss Ariana. Yes, that's perfect. So you want to have enough space that you can stand in between them. Have a check to make sure you have space. So before we start our seahorse gallops, we're going to practice the gallop. Everybody say the word gallop. Gallop. Again. Gallop. Now we're going to clap the word gallop. Gallop. Again. Gallop. Miss Ariana, can you make that sound with your feet? Gallop. Again. Gallop. So that's what we're going to do. Our seahorses are going to gallop over the pillows. Let's see. Stand behind the pillow and gallop over a pillow. And again, 1, 2. Then on your tippy toes, turn around. Let's practice again. 1, 2. And again. Excellent. You can put your cushions to the side, or you can leave them out to practice your pony gallops as we do our seahorses. Either one is fine. Hold on to your seahorse. Imagine any color seahorse you want. And I want those knees to go up so high when you gallop, just like the tail of the seahorse. Here we go. Gallop, 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 gallop. Can you gallop faster? And slow those gallops down again. Gallop. Keep going. I know it's tiring on the legs. Oh, good job. That was really good. Shake those legs out. That was a lot of work. And now we're ready to get our obstacle course ready. So first, let's get our ribbons. We're going to pretend that our ribbons or string, whatever you have, are seaweed on the bottom of the ocean floor. So we're going to lay them down on the floor next to each other with space in between to make a path. You can try to make sure that you have enough space by putting your legs in between and doing teeny tiny runs on the ocean floor through the sand. So not like our stingray shuffles flat on our feet, but more like our fish when we were swimming, high up on our tippy toes. Great. Now get the 3 things you're going to jump over. Ariana has some couch cushions. And again, you make a pattern that works in the space you have. So Miss Ariana, can you take it around the corner so they can see? Because they can't really see that far forward. Upstage a little bit more. That's it. That's it. So that we can make it work. Yes. And we're going to jump. Let's have a practice with that first. So stand behind your first cushion, not the seahorse gallops. We're going to jump with 2 feet together. Let's pretend that they're beautiful sea anemones on the bottom, and we don't want to jump on the sea anemones. Over the sea anemones. Over and over. Oh, make sure you don't jump on the sea anemone, Miss Ariana. And now we're going to pick our puzzle or your book. Let's pretend it's a magical treasure at the bottom of the ocean floor. So set that on the floor. You're going to go up on your tippy toes and run all the way around in a big circle, looking at your treasure. And you can do any arms you want. On your waist, arms up, arms out. And then finally, let's get that special toy or a wand or another ribbon. Miss Ariana has a flower. And you're going to put at the end of your obstacle course. And when you've finished running around your treasure, you're going to let's curtsy when we pick it up. Pick up and make a beautiful spin around yourself and pose. Any pose you want. Then you're going to set that back down, and on your tippy toes, run back to the head of your obstacle course so you can have another turn. Now, if you're dancing with family or friends at home, you're going to have to take turns. So wait until the friend in front of you has gotten to the magic treasure before you start. That way we won't have any traffic jams. If you're doing it by yourself, lucky you, you get to do it every single time. All right, hopefully you have everything set up. Let's review one more time. We have our path that we're going to run down with teeny tiny runs, jump over your sea anemones, tippy toe runs around the magic treasure, pick up your prop, have a spin, and a pose. Excellent. All right, get ready. Here comes our obstacle course music. Up on your tippy toes, little runs. And jump. And around your treasure. Spin and show a beautiful picture. And line up for another turn. If you have to fix any part of your obstacle course, you can fix it at any time. And another turn. And one more time. And Miss Ariana, can you hold that pose for me? Wonderful, and put it down. Now, you don't have to put your obstacle course away if you want to continue playing later. I'm going to have Miss Ariana put it away quickly so that she has space for the next part, which is really our travel back to the Intrepid, to time to finish our class and say goodbye. You can always keep their toys out and play with them after class. Miss Ariana is going to show you a picture of the growler submarine that lives in the Intrepid. And we're going to take that all the way back from Mexico to New York to finish our adventure. So get ready. We're already under the water. We just have to climb down into the submarine. Climb down into the submarine. Good. And let's travel all through, waving at all the animals we saw. Say goodbye to the jellyfish, and especially the pancake batfish, and the big head sea robin. Keep going. I think we're back at the Intrepid. Let's climb out of our submarine and stand out on the deck. Put your feet back in first position like a piece of pizza, and we're going to curtsy or bow to say thank you. And thank you so much, Miss Ariana. And thank you, friends, for dancing with us. That's the end of our class. I think we have time for a couple of questions.
Hi, great job. That was awesome. Thank you so much.
Did you dance with us?
And I'm sorry?
Did you dance with us?
Of course.
Awesome.
Of course. Hurt my back a little bit doing some moves, but I
Put
definitely
some ice on that after class, yes.
But we have time for a couple of questions, so I guess we'll take some questions. So what are the benefits of dance for young children?
Well, there's a lot of benefits of dance for young children. First of all, just enjoying the music and dancing, which of course I love, being a dance teacher. But there's a lot more. They actually learn a lot of social skills. They, normally we're in class all together. They're learning how to take turns, how to give each other space. So they learn about personal space and general space. Lots of concentration, because there's a lot to focus on, lots of details to remember. Really does help their self-esteem. It gives them something to be proud of. The more they continue with the classes and when they start knowing what's coming, really gives them a sense of pride to know how to do the steps and what comes next. They also learn there's a lot of respect and etiquette in dance classes that is instilled even at a very young age. And then, of course, the developmental and motor skills are obvious ones, some of the benefits. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Also, last question. What can parents do to support the work they're doing in dance class?
That's a great question. So there's lots of things. If it's the first time that your child's taken a dance class, talk to them about what to expect. Try to arrive early, or if it's a virtual class, log on as soon as you can, just so that you have a couple minutes to kind of get used to the space, meet the teacher, ask any questions. Make sure that they know they can ask any questions they want to so that they feel comfortable. It's good if you can explain that there are rules and that they'll have to listen to their teacher so they know what to expect, making sure they're well prepared, and then encouraging them to have healthy habits like getting lots of sleep before class, drinking lots of water, and having a healthy snack before class.
And I would imagine probably another tip that you could probably give them is to join them with some homework if they're at home. And
Absolutely. I suggest
learn
just
from
put
them.
on music and dance. The more that the kids listen to music and move, can have family dance parties. Miss Ariana is actually my daughter, so we dance a lot at home.
Oh, awesome.
Yes.
Well, that's great. So thank you guys so much for stopping in
Thank
and
you for having us.
sharing your time with us.
It was wonderful
that you guys came. So
thank you so much.
Yeah. So thank you all for joining us for that wonderful, great presentation from Ballet Hispanico School of Dance. Question, did you all know that the Intrepid Sea and Space Museum offers virtual programming for groups of students in grades K through 12, learning pods, homeschool groups, after-school groups, and groups of all ages? All programs are tailored and specific to specific grade levels and can be modified for groups that include students with disabilities. Go to intrepidmuseum.org/education for more information and to register. Now, up next, we have a great program from our very own Intrepid educator, Alicia Siegel, called Golden Record Message from Earth. Alicia is my really good friend, so I'm very excited to share this program with you all. So stay tuned with us, guys. We're going to be here in about 3 minutes for this program for Gold Record Messages from Earth. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and please help me in welcoming to the virtual stage my colleague, Alicia Siegel, educator at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. Alicia, you ready? Hi.
Hey, Franz. Yeah, absolutely. Let's get this going.
Great to see you. Take it away.
All right. So, hello and welcome back, everyone, to the Intrepid Museum's live virtual programming for Kids Week. Thank you so much for joining us for our program now, Golden Record Messages from Earth. So we are so happy that you're all here. We are going to be answering a number of your questions throughout the program. My name is Alicia, and I'm the lead teaching artist at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum in New York City, and I'm going to be your host today for the program. So feel free to use the chat to say hello, let us know where you're tuning in from, let us know if you've ever been to the Intrepid before, and of course, if you have any questions, you can put them there as well. So once again, my name is Alicia, and as you may know, today's Kids Week theme is music and art. So I'm going to be talking to you a bit about music and art in space. Now, I know you might be thinking, hold on a second. I thought space was microgravity. There's no air. And if there's no air, well, that means that sound waves can't travel, which means that there is no sound. So how on earth can there be music in space if in space no one can hear you scream, right? All right, well, fair enough. So I will get to the music part in just a second. But you might be wondering, hang on, you're from the Intrepid Museum. Aren't you guys a ship in the water with airplanes? Why are we even talking about space in the first place? All right, so let's do a little quick recap here. So for those of you who may not be familiar, yes, this is the Intrepid Museum. We are located in a historic World War II aircraft carrier, the USS Intrepid. It was constructed in 1943, and it served in 3 wars. So that was World War II, the Cold War, and the Vietnam War. And then in 1982, they converted it into what it is now, the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. And we're docked right off the shoreline of Manhattan in the Hudson River. But there it is again, that word, space. Why are we a sea, air, and space museum? Well, we are a sea museum because, of course, yes, we are a naval ship. In fact, here is a propeller from our ship, one of the 4 that were on the Intrepid that pushed it through the water. So that's pretty obvious. We are also an air museum because we carried, launched, landed, and currently have on display a number of airplanes and helicopters. So we were basically like a floating airport. This one is actually the Avenger on the left, by the way, the oldest airplane on display from World War II. And the Fury is there on the right, which was a jet plane used during the Cold War. But again, why are we a space museum? Well, take a look at this. Now, does anyone know what this is? You can tell me in the chat if you know. Maybe you've seen one of our earlier programs. See, during the Cold War, we were in a race, a space race, actually, with the Soviet Union. And of course, every race has a finish line, and ours was to be the first country to land safely on the moon and then return back home again. But of course, there were a number of smaller steps that we still had to take before making that giant leap on the moon, too. So this right here is one part of those smaller steps. And also it has to do with why we are a space museum. And I see it there in the chat. Yes, I see Lens Reading Channel. You said it. This is a very special vehicle called a space capsule. And they are what we used for the earliest missions into space, even before we went to the moon. Before all of that, we had to first figure out things like how to launch, how to breathe up there, how to eat and sleep and work over long periods of time. And then, of course, how to dock and land and, you know, all of these complicated things before we could even go have fun bouncing around on the moon. So capsules like these were part of some of those early steps. And of course, once they went up, well, they had to come back down again. So these capsules landed in the ocean. Now, they figured the water would be a nice, somewhat softer landing surface than on hard land. So they would be out there floating around in the middle of the ocean. And then, of course, people would have to come to rescue the astronauts in a helicopter and also then retrieve their space capsule. And so on 2 very special occasions, the Intrepid got to be the prime recovery vessel and pick them up. So how do you think they felt to be part of such an important thing like going into space? I think that'd be pretty cool. So here are 2 pictures from the retrieval, actually. You can see there on the left, you can see the side of the Intrepid with all of those sailors looking on. I would imagine that they would be pretty excited, actually. And we also have some postcards and things in our collections that were printed to celebrate the occasion as well. So lots of sailors definitely wrote home to their loved ones saying, wow, guess what just happened today? We got to meet an astronaut or two. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why we are a space museum. So the Intrepid played a very important role in picking up astronauts and their capsules after they returned from outer space. Now, to get back to this record thing, believe it or not, for about 100 years, Earth has actually been sending a lot more out into space than just capsules and astronauts. But it's not necessarily what you might think. We have actually been sending out our radio and television signals, so things like sounds and pictures and voices, even music, out into space for decades, as far back as the early 1900s. Every TV show or song that you've ever even heard on the radio, it's all out there in space, just waiting to be picked up by someone. And currently, those signals are now about 110 light years away from Earth. Now, what does that mean? Light years. Well, light years are how we measure distance in space. It's the distance that light can travel in 1 Earth year. So if we were to get a little bit more specific, we can talk about the sun here. So it takes the light of the sun about 8 Earth minutes to reach us here on Earth because of where we're located in relation to it in the solar system. So the light that we see outside right now, if you can see the sun right now where you are, it's actually from 8 minutes ago. So that also means that if the sun were to burn out right now, right this second, which it won't, don't worry, but if it did, we actually wouldn't even know for 8 whole minutes. And for comparison, it actually takes 5.5 hours for the light of the sun to get all the way out to Pluto. So if we are 8 light minutes from the sun, how far is 1 light year? So 1 light year. Well, it's way outside of our solar system. It's about 6 trillion miles away. And from that distance, our sun would just look like a little dot, just like another star in the universe. 1 light year away is much, much farther than our moon. It's much, much, much farther than the edge of our solar system. And it's also much, much farther than any human or man-made machine has ever traveled in space. And our broadcasts have gone 100 times that. So, oh my gosh, so much to comprehend here. What does 100 light years away look like? Well, from 100 light years away, you are so far out there in space that you probably wouldn't even see our sun. It would be so, so far away. But yeah, you'd see plenty of other stars, other suns for other solar systems maybe. Now, I know it's super hard to imagine just how far our broadcasts have traveled, but I might be able to illustrate it in the perspective of our galaxy for you here. So everyone, I want you to imagine that you here on Earth, all right, right now, we are here inside of that little blue dot that you can see on the screen, that bubble, all right? Now that is a bubble that is 200 light years in diameter. Now that means that we are at the very center of it, and our broadcasts have traveled 100 light years on either side of us, all right? So imagine in all directions, you've got this bubble of 200 light years across. Now, keep your eye on that little blue dot until you can't see it anymore. And we are going to zoom out into our Milky Way galaxy. So here we go. All right, we're going out a little bit further. You still see that blue dot? All right, we just went out a little bit further. It's getting a little hard to see. Now you might have to maximize your screen. Oh, what about now? Can you see it anymore? It's getting really small and hard to see. Oh, I can barely see it right now on my own screen. Look at this. Still going. We still haven't even seen the entire Milky Way galaxy. And there we go. There is the entire Milky Way. There is, in fact, a dot on that screen, everyone, but it's really, really tiny, isn't it? So, yeah. I don't know. If that doesn't make you feel small, I don't know what will. But there we are, that tiny little dot in the Milky Way galaxy. You can barely see that dot. So while 100 light years away seems like a super far distance from here on Earth, and don't get me wrong, it totally is, but that's still just a very, very tiny fraction of the whole universe. It's just one itty bitty little pixel within our own galaxy, let alone everything else that is beyond that. All right, my friends. So let me ask you a question. What if there is life out there? What if these TV shows and songs that we're sending out are actually making contact with distant civilizations? Wow. So theoretically, any intelligent life within that bubble, that blue bubble I showed you, or eventually beyond it, could tune in and listen to our programming, for better or worse. But the signals do thin out the further they go, so we don't exactly know how clear the transmissions would be. And again, do we really want some alien life form's first impression of all of humanity here on Earth to be something like a reality TV show or even a cartoon with talking cars for that matter? I mean, does that really represent who we are here on Earth? So, if we were trying to contact distant life, and if you really wanted to have your message heard, you're probably going to need to write it down or record it even and send it out a little bit more intentionally into the stars. And in a roundabout way, that's kind of what led us to the Voyager Golden Record, which is a super cool thing that I am going to talk to you about today. Now, what is Voyager? Well, in case you weren't familiar, Voyager, I'm going to increase my screen here so you can see it. In 1977, NASA sent two spacecrafts, two probes called Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 out into the universe to explore the distant galaxy. So they were each a piece of machinery, things like antennas and electronics, that were launched up into space to help us gain a better understanding of our solar system. Now, the timing of the launches were very, very specific, though. They were specific in that they lined up with a once-in-a-lifetime alignment of Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune that only occurred every 176 years and would allow us to gather close-range data and images from our distant planets in the solar system, specifically Jupiter and Saturn to start, before reaching interstellar space. So the layout of the 4 planets that you can see here, it meant that they would be able to use less fuel and take less time because they would be putting the spacecraft on a path that would swing them from one planet to the next on its own. So what does that mean? Well, because of the gravitational pull of each planet, the Voyager probes were able to get something called a gravity assist. Basically, a flyby of each planet would bend the spacecraft's flight path and increase its speed, its velocity, just enough to move it along its trajectory where they wanted it to go. So the primary missions were, of course, to explore Jupiter and Saturn, specifically things like studying the active volcanoes on Jupiter's moon and taking some closer rings at Saturn's, or closer look at Saturn's rings. Well, the 2 spacecraft were built actually to just last 5 years. And that would be long enough to just make it past Saturn at their furthest point. They thought if we could accomplish that, we would be good to go. Well, the Voyagers taught us that Jupiter's red spot is actually a raging cyclone, that there's lightning there too, and they showed us close-up views of its moon Europa that then suggested that it's covered by an icy crust over some liquid water, which is really exciting. We saw active volcanoes on another one of its moons, Io, as well. And as it flew by Saturn, we discovered 3 more moons of Saturn. We saw a thick Earth-like atmosphere around another one of its moons, Titan. And we also learned about Saturn's beautiful rings. So these were really important achievements of the Voyager missions for just Jupiter and Saturn. But as the years went on, and they were able to successfully achieve all of their objectives, and again, this did take years, keep that in mind, the spacecraft, they realized it kept thriving. The scientists grew really excited, and they were able to expand even further on their goals. So using remote control programming, they altered the mission to then also include more exploration of Uranus and Neptune for Voyager 2. So almost 10 years after its launch, and 5 years after passing by Saturn, Voyager 2 gave us some close-up views of Uranus and 11 of its moons. We discovered that it too has a ring, and we were able to detect temperatures as low as minus 353 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, 3 years after that, it flew by Neptune and discovered 6 new moons, rings around Neptune, and also a huge rotating storm that they dubbed the Great Dark Spot. You can actually kind of see that in that image there. These are actual images from the Voyager probes, by the way. Now, shortly after Voyager 2 passed Neptune, scientists decided to turn off its cameras because it wasn't really going to be flying close enough to anything to take any images, and they wanted to conserve power. A few months later, on Valentine's Day of 1990, they did the same thing for Voyager 1, which was about 4 billion miles away from the sun and counting, gaining speed every day, but not before turning it around to take its last series of images. It was a 60-frame mosaic, which has now been dubbed the Solar System Family Portrait. Now, this is the only series of images that captures Venus, Earth, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune arrayed about the sun. So this is also the portrait of Earth that inspired Carl Sagan to think about, the fragility and uniqueness of our home planet, the pale blue dot, that tiny speck in a beam of scattered sunlight. And you can see in this image how that mosaic was taken. It took a whole series of frames as it went in order to get each of those planets in that shot. Now, honestly, besides these incredible pictures, what's really amazing is that both of the spacecraft's lifetimes have now stretched on from a lifespan of, again, what they thought would be just 5 years to now over 40 years. And between Voyager 1 and 2, we now have explored all of our outer planets of the solar system, 48 of their moons, and all of the unique rings and magnetic fields of all of those planets. So we've resolved a number of questions that we had. We've raised some interesting new ones about the origins and evolutions of our solar system. And as of 2018, both Voyagers have now entered interstellar space outside of our solar system, beyond the heliosphere, which is this protective bubble of particles and magnetic fields that's created by the sun. And they're still going. They're flying at about 35,000 miles an hour in different directions, billions of miles from Earth, and they're sending back data. And they're going to keep doing this until they run out of power. So that's kind of a crash course in the Voyager missions before we move on to the record. So I just want to pause here before we go on. Does anyone have any questions about the Intrepid or the Voyager missions to start off before we move on? All right, so how long did it take the Voyager spacecraft to get to Jupiter and Saturn? Great question. So it took them about 2 years to get to Jupiter. That was in 1979. So again, they launched in 1977. And then it took them about 3 years to get to Saturn. So a year after that. The visits to Jupiter were about 4 months apart because, again, of the timing of the launches. And then by the time it got to Saturn, it was about 9 months apart. But then Voyager 2 kept going on. So ultimately, that was about 9 years to get to Uranus in 1986. And then 12 years to get to Neptune. So, they're all really far away and spaced out, but that is a great question. Why was Voyager 2 launched before Voyager 1? That is an awesome question as well. All right, so yeah, it's a great question, a little confusing about the order here. So they launched both of them from NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida about 2 weeks apart. But Voyager 2 was launched first because it had a longer journey to reach those outer planets. Even though it launched first, though, it was still planned to reach Jupiter and Saturn after Voyager 1, which was on a faster, shorter trajectory. So they named them based on which one would get to Jupiter and Saturn first, and then also which ultimately left the solar system first because it wasn't going to those outer planets. But yeah, that's definitely a confusing question. Like, why would you do that? Why would you name it that? But it has to do with the actual goal of the mission. But super question. All right. So my friends, let's carry on here. So we covered the Voyager missions, but what about this golden record thing, right? Well, scientists knew that they were planning to send out these spacecraft on a one-way trip, right? They were going way out in space, never coming back. And they realized, okay, well, if they're never coming back, why not also attach a note from Earth? And this is where it gets really cool. So you can kind of think of it like a message in a bottle that they threw out into the cosmic ocean, just waiting to be picked up and maybe even responded to someday by some distant civilization. So this message, a time capsule really, they recorded on a 12-inch golden record. Now, before I go on, I know some of you out there might not know what a record is, so let me explain, everyone. Before we had Spotify, before we had Pandora, before we had MP3s, we had the compact disc, the CD. So these were round pieces of shiny plastic that held an album, maybe about an hour or so of music on them. They also made really good Frisbees or coasters, compact discs. I'm sure many of you are familiar with those. Before CDs, though, we had cassette tapes. Now, these had a magnetized ribbon in them. They wound from spool to play music. And many of us have very fond memories of maybe winding the back up ourselves with a pencil after your tape player decided to, garble it all up and chew it. And it was kind of a mess. But yes, those were cassette tapes. You could flip over the sides to play different music. So cassettes. Prior to cassettes, there were 8 tracks. Now, admittedly, this was before my time, but I am told that they were similar to cassettes, only shorter. So they held 8 tracks of music. It's where they get their name. And then even before that, everyone, we had records. Now, records are still around today. They're often sold as kind of a novelty thing, or for people who just love their music. They say that the quality sounds better. But you are equally as likely to also see one of their players in a museum, also referred to as a phonograph or a gramophone. Now, the earliest phonograph was made in 1877 by this guy, Thomas Edison. Maybe you've heard of him. And it used wax cylinders instead of discs. So you can kind of imagine like a tin can made out of wax with music carved into the sides. But it later blew up with a very similar invention called the gramophone, which used flat discs. Now, on both, the music could be played using something called a stylus, a needle, which moved over the very fine grooves in the record and vibrated at specific acoustic frequencies in the record as it spun around on that flat turntable. So this was, by and large, the main format for sound recordings for many decades to come. And, of course, it's the medium that they chose to use in 1977 to record our message from Earth. Now, they actually mounted these records and a record player on the side of the 2 Voyager spacecraft. And right now, these records are about 13 billion miles from home. And in just about 5 to 10 years, by 2030, both Voyager 1 and 2 will be so far out into the universe, they won't even be able to communicate with us anymore. But they're not going to stop moving. Remember, the cameras are off, so we won't be able to see what they see anymore, but they're going to keep sailing out further and further into space, or, until they crash into something that gets in their way. Now, again, we have no idea if there is any life anywhere out there in the universe. But considering how we think life sprung up here on Earth, it's safe to assume that we probably are not alone in the entirety of the cosmos. But that said, it's also safe to say that whoever is out there probably does not look or sound or think or read the way that we do. So even if distant life forms did find this spacecraft and did find this record, how would they even know what it is or what it represented or even how to use it? I bet a bunch of you out there probably don't even know how to use a record too, but that's okay. So I want to ask you this question. How do you write a message for someone that is intended for people that you don't know and who are in the distant future? I mean, what if they can't even see or hear or feel or taste or smell like we do, or even at all? What language would you write it in? I mean, you would, of course, want things to be as clear and easy as possible to understand, but you also have a very limited amount of space or words or pictures to do it in. So NASA had to invent a whole new system of communication. They had to create a code that, in theory, could be deciphered by anyone, anywhere in the universe, to teach someone how to actually play this record if they found it, which is no small feat. And they put the instructions of how to do it on the album cover, so to speak. So here is that album cover for you. Now, don't forget, here on Earth, we have systems that we developed. Earth units of measurements for everything from length and distance to time. Everything, including RPM, revolutions per minute, which is how you play a record, by the way, is something that was entirely devised by a human. So they decided to start off this new language with a building block of the universe: hydrogen. 1 proton and 1 electron. Now, this might be a little bit out there, but the thought was that any spacefaring civilization would probably understand the properties of hydrogen, the most commonly known element in the universe, enough to know what the diagram meant. So this image is on the bottom right corner of the album cover, and it illustrates the transition of the spin movements of the 2 lowest states of hydrogen, the proton and the electron. So that is what is shown inside of these circles. You can kind of see the spin rotation there based on the little dot and stick. Now, when this happens, electromagnetic radiation is released for a period of about 0.7 nanoseconds. And that's what's shown in the center here. So it's hoped that aliens would equate that tick mark with this transition time of the unit of measurement, and then from there could figure out the rest of the diagrams on the cover. So let's dive even deeper, shall we? Now, the image to the left of that hydrogen image is meant to show where we live. That is a map of home, believe it or not. So we are right in the middle of that starburst, which has been specifically designed now with distance in mind. The direction and the proportional length of the lines show where the distant collapsed stars are that give off pulses of radiation called pulsars, with the period of each pulse denoted next to each line. So theoretically, if aliens were able to make this connection, they could possibly match up the periods of time with correct pulsars in real life. They could maybe triangulate our position and come say hello. Simple, right? We could just do this in our sleep. Now, how does all of this relate to sounds and music, right? Well, remember, this is a record, and there is actually a record player included on the craft with the needle already in place. So we move on to these pictures on the top left, which show the proper placement and elevation of the stylus on the record, and the markings around it define the speed that you need to turn the record to get it to play correctly. So based on all of those little tick marks and everything, translated again, based on that unit of measurement that I described earlier with the hydrogen, the top image shows about 3.6 seconds per rotation, which equates out to about 16 2/3 RPM. And at this speed, you would begin to hear what's recorded on the record. On the bottom image, we can also translate that the entire playing time of the record is about 3,229 seconds, or roughly 54 minutes. So everyone, let's imagine that we are some distant civilization. Let's imagine that we have eyes that can perceive this thing, and that we are advanced enough to understand what hydrogen is, how it works, and are able to somehow figure this thing out. Well, what would we hear? Well, let me ask you this. What would you put on a record that is meant to represent the whole of the human species at this moment in time, or at least 1977? What message would you want to send out there into the stars? So creating this record was an opportunity for people, humankind really, to reflect on itself and for us to think about ourselves as one unified species. Scientists knew that it was very possible that the record may never ever be played during its billion-year journey or more, but creating it together reminded everyone of who we are and where we came from. And it's so nuts to think that someday, billions and billions of years from now, that record may be the only remaining evidence of humanity. So the first message that we wanted to send was about peace, of course, and working together with the goal of improving the quality of lives of everyone here on planet Earth. So the very first sound on the golden record that I'll play for you now is the voice of the United Nations Secretary General Kurt Waldheim, and he says the following.
As the Secretary General of the United Nations, an organization of 147 member states who represent almost all of the human inhabitants of the planet Earth, I send greetings on behalf of the people of our planet. We step out of our solar system into the universe seeking only peace and friendship, to teach if we are called upon, to be taught if we are fortunate. We know full well that our planet and all its inhabitants are but a small part of this immense universe that surrounds us, and it is with humility and hope that we take this step.
But of course, English isn't the only language spoken here on Earth. So they also included greetings in 55 different languages, beginning with Akkadian, which was spoken in Mesopotamia about 6,000 years ago, and ending with Wu, a modern Chinese dialect. They felt it was important that Voyager greet the universe as a representative of one Earth community, albeit a complex one of many, many parts. Now, the story behind the creation of this part of this interstellar message was later described by Carl Sagan, who was in charge of the project. And he said that due to the limited amount of time that they had to put it together, many of the speakers were from Cornell University, where he worked, as well as from the surrounding communities there. So the speakers actually weren't given any instructions on what to say, other than it was to be a greeting to possible extraterrestrials and that it must be brief. That's it. What would you say? Think about that. So here is a random sampling of what some of those people decided to say.
Adanish Lushulmu.
太空朋友，您好，您吃饱未？有闲就来阮家坐哦。
تحياتنا للأصدقاء في النجوم يا ليت يجمعنا الزمان.
Namaskar. Bishe Shanti Hok.
Hartelijke groeten aan iedereen.
Hello from the children of planet Earth.
Bonjour tout le monde.
Shalom.
Tanti auguri e saluti. Konnichiwa. O genki desu ka?
पृथ्वीवासीहरूबाट शान्तिमय भविष्यको शुभकामना
Želimo vam sve najlepše sa naše planete.
All right, but also remember now, the sounds of Earth are more than just what we say to one another. Humans are uniquely alive on planet Earth, and we have no idea if any civilization out there knows what things like oceans or birds or thunder or whales sound like. We take for granted all of the sounds that we hear every day, like crickets and laughter and heartbeats. But it's very likely that alien life has never before even heard these sounds. So we put some of those on there too. And here is just a few of what those sound like. I love listening through those and seeing how many of those I can recognize. So I heard things like the rain and the wind, jungle sounds, trains, babies. It's amazing. And then, of course, because it is a record, we had to include music. So the scientists provided music samples from around the world, Eastern and Western classics from a variety of eras and cultures. We had things like Beethoven, Bach, and Mozart, Aborigine songs from Australia, panpipes and drums from Peru, bagpipes from Azerbaijan, a Navajo chant, and even some good old rock and roll, Johnny Be Good. So here are a few snippets from that playlist. Now, of course, the one that I know you all were dying to hear, Johnny Be Good, I couldn't play that one because of rights issues, but there was actually an episode of Saturday Night Live in 1978, so again, a year after this was launched, where Steve Martin played a psychic, and he says, the extraterrestrials have found the record, and after all of this time, they have sent us a message back. Send more Chuck Berry. Chuck Berry, of course, being the writer of the song Johnny Be Good, because they like rock and roll music. Now, on the other side of the record, believe it or not, were pictures, 115 of them. But remember, this wasn't a digital disc. There were no JPEGs or anything like that. It was all audio. So the pictures were actually encoded within the audio waveforms themselves. And this is where it gets a little more complicated, and we are really relying on them having some sort of visual perception in order to figure this out. All right, so let's take a little bit of a closer look here. The last symbols on the album cover explain how to render the images so that you can see them. Now, the top right symbol, right up there, shows how the waveform data is broken up, with each section taking 0.008 seconds to play. Again, underneath it, you can see that unit of time measurement there with the dashes. So that is 0.008 seconds. Let's hope they get that far. Now, the symbol below that shows that each of those sections of data completes one out of a total of 512 scan lines that make up a completed image. So to understand what that means, you have to kind of understand how an old cathode ray TV works. You know, this archaic 70s technology now. But you can kind of think of it like blinds in a window, you know, or like a woven blanket where each strip gets put together to make a larger picture, kind of like a mosaic. So within each of those strips, if you were to code the decibel levels to show as lighter or darker, they would actually be able to draw out the image. It's really pretty mind-blowing, and it does work. Now, the first image that would appear, if you get all of that, is a calibration circle. And that's the last image that we see on the album's cover underneath it all. So if they somehow can figure all of that out, and then they decode a shape, that circle, that looks like that picture, they'll know they're onto something, and they can keep going. And if they do, and all goes according to plan, these are some of the 115 other images that they would see. Again, there's that location. Oh, there's that circle, that calibration circle, right? But again, now we have that location of Earth based on pulsars, another image on the cover that we talked about already. So again, it's telling them that they're doing it right. This is a recognizable symbol here. But now it's positioned next to a picture of Andromeda, our closest neighboring galaxy. So again, another helpful tip for them to come find us based on visual clues. There's also mathematical definitions based on the hydrogen language, again, as well as tons of other physical units that they explain. Again, on the top, you can see the image that's the hydrogen measurement, so something that would be relatable to them for the album cover as well. Then there's also pictures of planets in our solar system, like Earth, home, and Jupiter. There's also DNA bases. There's images of cell division. We've got things like human anatomy and conception, the growth cycle of a human, images of human relationships, and then also geographic information about the Earth, like continental drift patterns. So it's shown here on the right as past above, present in the middle with the hand, and what it is then predicted to look like in the future. So our land masses are still kind of always shifting and changing. There are also images of land masses and geography, like shorelines and sand dunes. So there's a picture of an island there. We also have architecture and other terrain. Also things like vegetation, insects, fish, and animals, because it's not just us humans here on Earth. There's other stuff too. We also have images of people doing things. So athletes running here. There's images of scientists working, astronauts, even children learning, looking at a globe there. There's also pictures of people doing things like eating, cooking, drinking, all of these things that, again, are very unique to humans, we think, but maybe they don't do that. Maybe they absorb their calories through their backs or something. We have no idea. And then, of course, there's also pictures of people building structures and machines. There's technology. So that's a picture there of a hand next to an X-ray machine to show what it looks like from the outside and from the inside. And travel, like we have launching a rocket here. You name it. It just runs the gamut of all of these different images. But they also very consciously chose not to include images of things like war or poverty or disease or any specific religions or ideologies, because they really wanted to hammer home that we are all one global community as a whole. So that, my friends, is the amazing Voyager and its golden record. So there's clearly a lot for them to figure out on that cover. It might be a little presumptive because, yes, if they can't even see or hear the way that we do, then none of this is really going to matter anyway. But you also have to think, well, what if distant life forms are so big that this is just like a grain of sand for them and they don't even notice it? Or alternatively, you know, what if they think it's some enemy, it's coming to attack them or something, and they just blow it up because it's incoming? Or if they try to eat it or something? What if the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs was actually another Earth sending us their versions of the Voyager golden record? I mean, the thought experiments are endless here, but again, that wasn't really the point of the project. So one of the other messages on the record was a message from the then president of the United States, Jimmy Carter. And in his statement, he said, I'll put it up big for you, "This is a present from a small, distant world. We are attempting to survive our time so we may live into yours. We hope someday, having solved the problems we face, to join a community of galactic civilizations. This record represents our hope, our determination, and our goodwill in a vast and awesome universe." And that, my friends, is what it was all about. Now, I know that I just threw a ton of information at you. So before we go on to our quick activity, I just want to see, are there any other questions? And I know you could give me so many questions. They're so deep right now. Are the Voyagers the first to leave the solar system? Actually, no, they are not. So the first to leave the solar systems were actually something called the Pioneer missions. So Voyagers were the third and fourth to get out there. About 5 years before Voyager launched, Pioneers 10 and 11 went up. And Pioneer 10 also did flybys of the 4 outer planets, just like Voyager 2, and left the solar system in 1983. Pioneer 11, after that, was also meant to look at Jupiter and Saturn and went interstellar in 1990. But because of its speed, Voyager 1 actually passed Pioneer 10 already in 1998 to become the most distant human-made object in space. So no, it was the third and fourth things. Great question. When will the Voyager probes run out of power? Oh, right. So that is our biggest enemy right now. At the time back then, they didn't really have a way to have renewable power in the way that we now have, you know, these amazing solar arrays on things in order to power it. So unfortunately, very sad, but our Voyager missions only have a few years left. They are thinking the power is going to die out in 2025. So that's only about 4 years from now. They're trying everything they can to conserve as much power as they can. Again, they turned off those cameras years ago because they didn't want to waste the power on that. And I think this year, actually, they're planning to slowly and systematically start to shut other systems down in order to really conserve it as long as they can. Because now that they're both out there in interstellar space, they're giving us so much valuable data about, you know, the plasma and the everything that's outside of our heliosphere, which is so, so incredible that we haven't really had much evidence of before. So we're trying to milk it as long as we can. But once the power's gone, that doesn't mean they're going to just disintegrate. They're going to keep going until they run into something, which is also incredible. So they'll still be out there going on miles and miles, billions forever. So awesome questions. And then what are the golden records made out of? So the record itself is made out of gold-plated copper, and it's 12 inches in diameter, so 12 inches around. The cover, the thing that has all the symbols on it that you can see there and everything, that's actually aluminum with a sample of uranium-238 on it. I know. So the idea is that a distant civilization that encounters this record might be able to use the ratio of remaining uranium all right, to the other elements in order to determine the age of the record. Again, this is very complex. Who even knows if they know what uranium is or if they call it that or know to use that to date things? We're just taking a guess here, shot in the dark. But the record also has the inscription on it, to the makers of music, all worlds, all times. Somebody hand etched it onto its surface, right on the inside by the label. It's a cool little kind of human touch because people do that sometimes with their records. But when that happened, it got rejected because that wasn't originally supposed to be on the official specs of the record. But Carl Sagan, who was in charge of the project, kind of later convinced them to keep it as it is because it's humans. That's what we do. We etch our records sometimes. All right. So let's go on now real quickly. That's to our activity. So my friends, the Voyager record was, in a sense, a type of time capsule, right? I mentioned that earlier. So what is a time capsule? Well, remember earlier we talked about space capsules, right? Those spaceships that the Intrepid picked up, basically a container for an astronaut or two that gets launched into space, right? A capsule. Well, a time capsule is similar in that it is also a container of sorts, but for the past. So in the case of the Voyager Golden Record, it was a log, an actual recording. So a time capsule could be something like a diary, a scrapbook, or it could be an actual container that you can put objects in so that you can remember them later or pass them on to other people in the future. So this one that you see here was actually put together by scientists at a lab at MIT in 1957. And they set an open date for 1,000 years in the future, 2957. Can you imagine what the world is going to look like in 2957? So it's been 44 years since Voyager left Earth, and it still has yet to be found by anyone out there. 44, 1,000, a little difference. But how far in the future would you want your time capsule to be found? You can think about that. 1,000 years might be a long time, but you can wait as long as you want to open your time capsule. So it could be 5, 10, 20, 50 years. It's really going to be up to you if you want to make a capsule. The longer, the better, I think, to see how much you've really grown and changed. And you can also create a time capsule at home by just writing about your experiences or photographing them and creating a scrapbook of what you and your family are doing right now, your experiences at home during this historic pandemic, or you can collect items that are meaningful to you. So here's some ideas of some things that you could include in a time capsule. This might be things like photos or drawings, small items or keepsakes. See what you can find that describes you and what story you want to tell about you or your family today, right now. You might also include things like newspaper clippings from current events, maybe even a length of string to show how tall you might be right now. You can compare it later. And maybe a list of things that you like, things like your favorite color, your favorite food or book or song or movie right now. You could also write a letter to your future self and think about things like, do you have any hopes or goals for the future? And what about questions about the future? Maybe you could even make some predictions of where you'll be when you open it years and years from now, whenever that is. And many people use something like a shoebox or a jar. And some people even like to bury their time capsules in the ground for future generations to dig up. But if you do that, just make sure that you put it in a very watertight container so that it doesn't fall apart underground. And when you're doing this, you also probably want to avoid things like food or drinks or batteries, because they can explode and corrode since you're going to be storing it long term. So we don't really want bugs or anything like that. But otherwise, if you don't bury it, you can definitely just store it in the back of your closet or in an attic or a basement. That also might be a great idea too. So be sure to set a date to open it. Write down when it was sealed up too, and then no peeking. It's honestly just best to forget about it until that fateful day when it gets reopened. So if you could set a reminder for yourself on your phone or something, or even just forget about it. And years down the line, maybe your grandchildren will find it and be like, wow, this was really cool. So I encourage you to just be creative and have fun with it. There's really no right or wrong way to create a time capsule. And whatever you come up with is going to be a truly unique treasure that you are sure to enjoy years and years from now. So my friends, everyone, that concludes our program, Golden Record Messages from Earth. And I just want to do one last round of questions to see if there's any last ones before we wrap up. Any last burning questions? have we ever received a message back from outer space? So we have actually received a lot of things from outer space. We've received a lot of sounds and communications that we've picked up, but we actually don't have anything that we've been able to decipher in terms of it being what we would call kind of intelligent communication. We don't know what they're trying to say, if we are receiving anything like that, but we've definitely picked up some signals out there. So we're still trying to figure that out right now. We do not know for certain if there is other life out there in the universe, but we are certainly checking and looking for it every day. SETI is a really, really awesome organization that does that. Last question. How did they pick what was on the record? All right, so another really great story here. So again, Carl Sagan was the committee chair of this project by NASA. Again, he worked at Cornell University at the time. And it took about a year to pick everything and gather it all together, get all the pictures and the sounds and the musical selections. Actually, the inclusion of Chuck Berry's Johnny B. Good was apparently a bit controversial at the time. Some of the scientists felt that rock music was a bit too adolescent, to which Carl Sagan supposedly replied, well, there are a lot of adolescents on the planet. Touche. They also really wanted to include the Beatles song, Here Comes the Sun, on the record. I'm sure you've all heard that. But the company that owned the rights for the song, which wasn't the Beatles, by the way, it wouldn't let them have it. The Beatles really liked the idea of being on this, immortal journey in space, but they didn't own the copyright to their song, so they couldn't do anything about it. And the company wanted to charge them something like $50,000 per record for each of the records. And meanwhile, here's this little, Voyager project that cost really only like $18,000 to produce the whole record. So that wasn't going to happen. So it clearly never made it on. And, the extraterrestrial life out there will never know who the Beatles are, sadly. But great stories about that. So thank you all so much again, everyone. This was wonderful. As well, if you have any other questions about our programs, you can reach out to us through our website, intrepidmuseum.org, or also through social media. So thank you so much again for watching, sharing your questions and comments. The museum has introduced a number of our awesome live streams now, even outside of Kids Week. So again, please follow and subscribe to this channel or visit our website for the latest streaming schedule. So have a great rest of your Kids Week, everyone. And we'll see you next time.
All right, thank you so much for that, Alicia. It's really interesting talking about the Voyager probes. It's kind of upsetting that we'll never know if anyone ever kind of listens and sees that stuff, but it's also pretty inspiring to know that that's out there propagating what humans are. So
absolutely. And I'm sure we're only going to be sending even more stuff like that out there in the future as we go on to the moon and then to Mars, and who knows with everything coming up with the Artemis project and whatnot. So we're so looking forward to it.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right,
so thank you so much, Alicia. I'll talk to you later. Ladies and gentlemen, question. Did you all know that the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum can host your backyard campout? Operation Slumber allows you to discover what life was like aboard the Intrepid from the comfort of your own home, camp style. Enjoy hands-on activity, interactive tours of the ship, fun conversations with museum experts, and more. Go to intrepidmuseum.org/groups for more information and to register. Now, up next at 12 p.m., we have the Radio City Rockettes. Tune in to see and talk with a Radio City Rockette as she teaches choreography from the classic Christmas spectacular number, Parade of the Wooden Soldiers. But first, I'd like to show you a little video from our museum about Cartesian divers, how they move in the water, and how these divers compare to submarines. Let's roll the video.
Hello, my name is Stuart McNeil. I'm an educator here at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. And today I'd like to talk to you about Cartesian divers. What are Cartesian divers? Well, Cartesian divers are like small submarines. However, unlike regular submarines, which sink by taking on water and changing their mass, Cartesian divers sink by changing the volume of an air bubble on the inside of them. Our Cartesian diver is the end of a pipette with a hex nut on it. But you can make yours at home out of something as simple as a soy sauce packet. Now we'll put it in here to test to see if it floats. And as you can see, it floats just under the surface. So now we'll put it in our 2-liter bottle, and you'll get a chance to see why we call it a Cartesian diver. When I apply pressure to the bottle, I apply pressure to the water and the air bubble on the inside. The air bubble actually gets compressed, making it take up less space and lowering its volume. Lower volume equals greater density, meaning that it sinks. When I let go, the bubble expands and it rises. Objects sink when they become denser than the water that surrounds them. We can show this in 2 ways. We can increase the mass, as in when a submarine takes on water, or decrease the volume, as in our Cartesian divers. Come and visit us at the Intrepid Museum, see what life was like on board our Growler submarine, and check out our new interactive exhibit, Submerged. Thanks for watching. Keep experimenting and exploring, and be sure to visit us online at intrepidmuseum.org.
Now, I gotta say, it really does work with a soy sauce packet. I know it seems a little kind of intimidating with the hexanide on top of the pipette thing, but if you take a regular bottle of water, kind of like a 20-ounce bottle of water, take a soy sauce packet, make sure that it has an air pocket inside of it. Take that soy sauce packet with that air pocket, put it inside of the bottle, and then fill the bottle up with water. Also, you may want to use slightly warmer water because that water tends to be less dense than cold water. And then you'll see exactly what you saw with the pipette at home. So try that at home. Send us pictures. We'd love to know that on social media, right? So just stay tuned, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in about 5 minutes with our next presentation, all right? See you all soon. Sorry, guys. I live near a train, and the train was making a lot of loud noises, so I kind of put it on mute earlier, but that's okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We like to welcome our Radio City Rockette, Caitlin, to the stream. So welcome, Caitlin. Hi.
Hi, everyone. How are you guys? So excited to be here today.
We're excited to have you, so take it away.
Awesome. Well, everybody, I am so thrilled that you'll be joining me today and getting our little dance on. We are, of course, going to do Parade of the Wooden Soldiers. It is the epitome of working together and the precision technique that the Rockettes are. It has been in the show since 1933, so that's almost 100 years. That's really exciting because anyone that has ever been a Radio City Rockette has done the Parade of the Wooden Soldiers. And today, you are our honorary Rockettes. You will also, of course, be learning our high kicks, which is what we're most famous for. And again, my name's Caitlin. You can always shout out any questions, and they will tune in and tell me, and I will be sure to answer them as quickly as possible. So if we're ready to get started, I have on my dance shoes, but if you want to wear sneakers, bare feet, socks, whatever you're comfortable in, we're going to get a quick warm-up in and then go right into soldiers. You ready for it? Here we go. You're going to have a blast. I'm really excited that you guys are here today. So here we go. I'm going to play some music and just jump right in. Here we go. Take a nice wide stance. Big reach up with the arms. Inhale. Up and down. Good. Up and down. 2 more. Arms by the side. Head. Right and left. Down and up. And roll to the right. And roll to the left. Good. Roll it all the way down. Plie and stretch. So bend the knees, straighten the knees. Bend the knees, straighten the knees. Hold them straight, roll them up. We're going to roll our shoulders up and then roll back. Good. Right arm. Right arm. Left arm. Good. And shoulders up. Now, listen it up. Getting ready to dance. Right. Left. We're going to roll down again. Roll it down. So go ahead and walk your hands out and go crazy. Great. Yeah, so let your shoulders right over your wrists. Your feet just stop. Hips distance apart. We'll press our hips up to a downward dog. We press it up. And down. Feel like you're going to walk the back of the legs. Giving our core, that's our abs. All ready for work. Stay nice and tight. Here we go. Last thing for our warm-up. Ready, up. Nice. There you go. Just a few more. I'm feeling more. All right, again. We got 2. We got 8, 7, 6, 5, and 4, 3, 2, and 1. Walk your hips back to your feet. Soft bend your knees. Roll it up. How are we feeling? We're feeling good. Awesome, everybody. Sweet. Can't wait. So now we're going to go right into Parade of the Wooden Soldiers. Now, of course, it is wooden soldiers, right? So we want to make sure that we're very, very strong and stiff. So if anybody has ever seen the Christmas Spectacular before, we wear very starched white pants and have a red line down the side of our leg. And that's where our hands are glued to our sides, right? So our hands are just glued right to our sides. We're going to have everything together. Your fingertips all glued to the side. Now, when we march, I'll start marching with my left leg, and you can mirror me and start marching, right? And we'll start marching on that left leg. Up, 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 up. So I'm saying up because what I'm doing is I'm lifting up my hips. Lift, 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 so that my feet are really flat on the floor. Exactly right. And we count that 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. So always on my left foot, that's where that 1 count is. So it will look like this. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and that's how we'll stay strong and marching the entire time. Yeah? Great. So if everybody makes their own little box, right? You have the front, the back, and then your left and your right. If you can go over to your left a step, and then turn and face the middle of the room. Awesome. You'll start marching on your left leg for 4 beats. You'll hear music. 5, 6, 7, 8. You'll march 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Right, so you have those 4 counts to march into the center of your screen. Try that again. 5, 6, 7, 8. You march 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. From here, I call this a little soldier salsa, and we do a left, right together, a left, right, face front. That will look like this. A left, right together, a left, right, face front. Yeah, so just a little weight shift. But in saying that, we have to stay really strong in our shoulders, right, in our upper body. So really roll your shoulders down your back so that you're not swaying side to side, because when we're all in one line, there's 36 of us. So if we start moving our shoulders, it messes up our whole line, right? So we want to make sure that that stays really, really still. Great job. So reviewing that, you have 4 beats to come in, and then our soldier salsa. Yeah, let's give it a whirl. 5, 6, 7, 8. You march 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, 7 and 8. Yeah, try that again a little bit quicker. Remember, that's left, right together. Then again, we'll use that same foot. Left, right, face front. Yeah, so you just drive that left leg in. Bring it right in. Yeah, and our arms stay glued the entire time. One more time like that. 5, 6, 7, 8. March 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, 7 and 8. Good. I'm going to add on a little bit more before we try it with music. From here, we're going into our doll turn. So what will happen is you will salute to your left corner. You're bringing your left arm up. And when we're in our salute, our hands are really straight, and they're going right to the arch of our eyebrow. Yeah, and you're looking on that corner. You're keeping your chin lifted and looking right on that corner. Your other arm, your right arm, stays glued to your side. You look to the corner. 1, hold 2. And then you stand upright. 3, hold 4. Then you're going to turn over your left shoulder, trying to keep your legs really straight. 5, 6, 7. And then you go to the other side. 1, hold 2. Up 3, hold 4. Around 5, 6, 7. Really sharply get there. You do it again. Left and right. 1, hold 2. Up 3, hold 4. Around 5, 6, 7. Last time. 1, hold 2. Up 3, hold 4. Around 5, 6, 7. Yeah, how are we doing? So far, so good? Awesome. Let's put all of that together and try it a little quicker, and then we'll try with some music. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, 8. You march 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6, 7 doll turns. You go 1, hold 2, 3, hold 4, turn. Salute. Stand up. Turn. 2 more. Salute. Stand up. Turn. Last time. Salute. Stand up. Turn. Around. Now you want to give that a whirl with some music? Go ahead. Let's try it. I think you guys are going to be great. So excited. Here we go. Ready? Stand really tall. Put your arms to your side. Glue your feet together. Here we go. Tall turns. Awesome. Do you guys want to give it a try one more time with music before we put on the big finish? Yes? Awesome. Here we go. Let's try that again. I'm going to turn the music up a little bit more. All right, here we go. Here we go. Soldier salsa. Doll turns. Strong salute. Stand up. Turn. 2 more. Last time. Nice. Good work, everybody. You ready to put on the big finish? Yeah, great. So we just finished that last doll turn over to the right corner, and we turned over our left shoulder. We'll step forward. We're going to go into 2 pivots. So just watch once. I like to think of it like flipping like a pancake, mostly because pancakes are my favorite food. But that's what I like to think of it get to keep my shoulders really square. I step forward with my right, 1, and then I flip around, flip. And then I'll do that same exact thing to the back. Step forward with my right, flip, step feet together. Yeah? You try. 5, 6, 7, 8. Go 1, flip, 2, 3, flip, 4 feet together. Yeah, try one more time. Keep your arms really glued to your side. 5, 6, 7, 8. Go 1, flip, 2, 3, flip, 4 feet together. And to finish it out, you're just gonna lift your heels and go towards your right corner. And your focus goes there too, which means your head goes there. To the corner on 6. Face comes front and your arm goes out. 7. And my palm is forward and my arm is right below shoulder height. And then I smile and salute, and that's your big finish. Yeah, good job. You learned all that really quickly. Let's go again from our pivot slowly. We just finished our last doll turn. 1, hold 2, 3, hold 4, 5, 6, 7, pivot. 1, 2, 3, 4, feet together to the angle, front, salute. And now I challenge you, I'm smiling the entire time, but I challenge you to wait for your big cheese until the very end. So we're saying very serious, and then nice big smile at the end. Yeah, do you want to talk it all from the top once, and then we'll try it all together with music? Let's do it, you guys are doing great. Here we go. All together, just talking it. 5, 6, 7, 8. March 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. Face the front. Salute. Stand up. Turn down. Salute. Stand up. Turn down. 2 more. Very good. Here comes the big finish. You pivot. Turn. 1, 2, 3, 4. Feet together to the angle. Arm out. Cheese. Nice. Good job, everybody. You want to try with some music? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Great work, everybody. Great job. Here we go. Skipped a beat. We need to be right on time. Here we go. Feet, march. Over salsa. All turns. Our last one. Pivots. Nice! We'll count that as our dress rehearsal. And now this time, I'm not going to tell you anything. I'm not going to give you any hints. And we're going to try it one more time like it's the big show. And you have to think there's 6,000 people watching at Radio City Music Hall. So how incredibly cool. Think of the costumes, your gorgeous red jackets with a white stripe across and yellow buttons. You have a 2-foot-tall hat on with a big white plume, and then yellow, 2 yellow V's coming down the very center. And again, those white pants with the red stripes on the side and your white gloves. So imagine all that. Let's do the big show. Let's do it one more time. Here we go. Here we go. If you have any questions, give you a second to breathe before we go for it and go for our eye-high kicks. So fun.
That was awesome.
Hey, how's it going? Did you join us?
Yeah, I was sweating a little bit. I just wiped it off right before.
We'll brush it up. I know.
So what's your favorite part about being a Rockette?
My favorite part, I would have to say, oh, it's really difficult. One of my favorite things is I grew up with all brothers, so I can honestly say that I have 79 other sisters. There's 80 Rockettes total every year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so it's a lot. And I feel so incredibly special to have this sisterhood. we are all really, really there for each other on and off the stage. We hold each other up because in Parade of the Wooden Soldiers in particular, we really are physically holding each other up in the fall. But it really is a sisterhood, and it is such an incredible family that I feel really special to be a part of this legacy. And my other favorite part, I would have to say, is when we're in shows. So I grew up going to the Christmas Spectacular every year. And I was that kid in the audience. I was like, oh, the Rockettes. And there's always children that are like in the front, and we can see them and we can hear their reactions. And it is so awesome. It's really fun.
It's like full circle, right? Like living your own dream right now.
It's no, it really is a dream. Cool. It is really a dream.
Do you have to be a certain height to be a Rockette?
You do. You have to be between 5'6" and 5'10" and a half. So yes. I'm 5. You made it? You made the cut?
I just made it.
Me too. I'm only 5'6". So here's a trick. A lot of people actually think that we're the same height, or they think that our heels are altered to be the same height, but that's actually not true. It's just an illusion. So they put the tallest women in the center, and then it gradually gets less tall to the side. So I stand more to the side because I'm less tall.
How do you become a Radio City Rockette?
Yeah, so you have to be proficient in ballet, tap, and jazz. And you have to audition. You have to be 18 years old to audition to be a Radio City Rockette. And I really have trained my entire life for it. And I think the best advice I can give to anybody that wants to be a Radio City Rockette is to try every type of dance and take from every type of teacher. Because we learn choreography very quickly, and we're very particular about the details of everything. So when you're taking class from different teachers, you're not familiar with them, right? So you have to really stay focused on that and be able to learn quickly and pick up that choreography. Now it's also, we change with the years. It gets more challenging every single year. So you really have to come back stronger every single time. So it doesn't stop. The practice doesn't stop once you feel like, oh, I'm ready and I can do this. You have to keep pushing yourself and keep doing it. So really stay in ballet, tap, and jazz, and then take a variety of classes. And now you're lucky too, because there's a lot of teachers giving away free classes on Instagram and things like this too that you get the opportunity to take. So definitely take the opportunity while it's there.
Yeah, it's definitely getting different, takes from different people, like you said, and you can do it virtually, which is awesome.
Totally, yeah, from the comfort of your own home. And you can dance like nobody's watching because most of the time nobody is, right?
Exactly.
You have that confidence in yourself and really be confident in yourself too. That's super important, and just show that you love what you do.
Awesome. I think we have time for one more before we move on. So how many shows a week do you normally do at Radio City? And do you ever get tired? Because you guys do a lot of motion up there. So I've got tired watching. So.
Oh yeah. So here's the thing. We do about 17 shows in 6 days every week.
What?
Yes. So in one day, we can do up to 4 shows. Our shows are 90 minutes nonstop, no intermission. So it is a lot of kicks. Yeah, we're doing like almost 300 eye-high kicks in one show.
Yeah. But like you said, like that's why you practice, and that's why you are constantly getting better and better and better at it, so you can be prepared for that, right?
Exactly right. Yeah, our rehearsal process, we rehearse about 6 hours a day, 6 days a week for about 6 weeks before shows start. So it is rigorous, and you get that one day off a week, and you just, because trust me, you're tired.
And that's very important that you need that one day, right?
You need the rest for sure, because we want to make sure that we're always giving the best possible show to our audience.
Awesome. So I know there's a bit more, so you want to get right into that?
We're going right into our eye-high kick. So this
man, here we go. I got to get my stretching on.
Yeah, you better. All right, here we go. So we're actually going to learn a kick line from our old finale number, which was called Shine. It was really beautiful. I'm sweating. I don't know about you guys, but I am sweating a bit. I'm ready to go, and you're definitely going to sweat now. So I just want to tell you about a few things about our kicks before we actually learn the choreography. So first things first, I want to teach you a Rockette bevel. Right, so you're going to stand with your feet together, just like you were in Soldiers. Slightly turn out your left leg, and then come to the very tip of your right toe. Your big toes are together. Now we call this HOH. This is hands on hips. So your thumbs go in front, and your fingers go in back, and your fingers go towards your spine. Exactly right. And this is our bevels. That's step 1. Step 2, learning a strap kick. You're going to step down on your right leg. You'll bring your left toes up to your right knee. Kick your leg out. Bring it then step it down. The exciting part about a strut kick is the boom, the retraction and the energy. You take it out and you bring it right back in. So it looks a little something like this. You go step, kick, kick. Yeah, it comes right back into that highest possible point, right? So you want to make sure you're getting your toes all the way up as high as you possibly can. Those are strut kicks. From there, I'll teach you your eye-high kicks, which is our most famous and my personal favorite. We will kick with a straight leg going up, all the way up. It will brush up, and your toe will reach your eye level and right in the middle of your body, so right in front of your nose, yeah? And there's a little jump in between every single one of them. You'll jump, kick left, kick right, kick left, kick right. Exactly! Yeah, you have to make sure that your feet come together every single time because normally we're linked up. And if we start to move, we start to push on our friends. That also ruins the illusion of that perfect, beautiful line. So we want to make sure that you're really staying in one spot. So I challenge you to do that today. Ready to learn the choreography? I think you are. You'll start with your arms down and in a right bevel, which means your right toes are pointed. You'll hear music. 5, 6, 7, on 8. Boom. Your toes come right up to your knees. That's your right toes to your left knee, and your arms just crossed right in front of your body. That's on 8. 5, 6, 7, up 8, and then you go out 1, and this is like a beautiful open position. Your arms are in a V, your chin is lifted, and it is just fabulous. You hold 1, 2, step your feet together 3. Yeah, try this that. This is like pretty much the trickiest part, and we'll do it on both sides so you'll get it. 5, 6, 7, up 8, out 1, hold 2. Step your feet together, drop your arms 3. Your hands come onto your HOH, your hands on hips, and you'll start kicking your left leg, kick left and right. These are 2 strut kicks. That was 3, kick 4, 5, kick 6, arms down 7. Yeah, try that again. I'm gonna lift this up a little bit so you can really see my arms fully extended. 5, 6, 7, up 8, out 1, hold 2, down 3, kick 4, 5, kick 6, down 7. You repeat that to the other side. 8. So now it's your left leg that's coming up. You're standing on your right, and then you open up 1, hold 2. Same thing down. 3, 4, 5, 6. Keep going. 7, 8. You have 4 more after this, so there's 7 total. Kick, kick. Last 2, and then on this very last one, so your 7th one, here's where it gets tricky. So your strut kicks, right, they normally come right back in. This one will go down straight. So we'll go, and then we'll jump your feet together because we're going into our eye-high kicks. Yeah, so that was 7 strut kicks total for the second side. Just try the second side, which means your left leg comes up on the count of 8. 5, 6, 7, up 8, out 1, hold 2, down 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 4 more. 3. The last one goes straight, then you jump. And you bring your feet right together in that little plie position. Yeah? Let's try all of that from the top a little bit faster. And then we'll try just that with music. 5, 6, 7, up 8, out 1, hold 2, step 3, kick 4, 5, kick 6, down 7, other side. Now you have 7 strut kicks. You have just 4, 3, 2, and 1. Jump your feet together. Yeah? You'll hear the cymbal crash every time your leg goes out. Yeah? Let's give it a whirl. This music is so beautiful. And I'll count you in. 5, 6, 7, up 8, out 1. Yeah. You'll hear an incredible horn, and then it is our turn to kick. Make sure the music's nice and loud for you to hear. Here we go. 5, 6, 7. Yeah, how do you do? You did okay? You want to try that one more time? Yes, let's try it one more time before we add on our eye-high kicks, because guess what, we're about to do a lot. Here we go. 5, 6, 7. Cool. Let's do some high kicks, shall we? So you just jump with your feet together. You're gonna look to your left corner, kicking your left leg first. You'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. You're just gonna alternate your legs. So we'll go left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Yeah, so it's to the corner, to the front, to the corner, to the front. 2 each way. Left, right, left, right, left, right, left, right. Much easier said than done. Your hands stay on your hips the entire time. You'll try to keep your shoulders to the front, but look to the corner because like I said, if we were linked up and we moved our shoulders, I just, hit my friend over to the side and you never want to do that. You really want to make sure that you're keeping your shoulders square. Let's give it a whirl. Here we go, 2 each way. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4. To the front. To the side. To the front. Then guess what? You have 4 more. Left, right, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Feet together. Yeah? So just mark that, which means just practice it. You don't have to do your kicks all the way up. You'll go 1, 2, 3, 4. To the front. To the side. To the front, then 4 more. 4, 3, 2, 1. Feet together. Yes? Good. Let's go back from the top and practice that again. Here we go. Let's try to kick this time. 5, 6, 7, up, 8, out. 1, hold, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, down, 7, up, 8, out. Good. Now you have just 4 more strut kicks. 4, 3, 2. Now the eye house. 1, 2, 3, 4 to the front. Other side. To the front. 4 more. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Feet together. Yeah? You guys starting to sweat yet? Let's put on our big finish. Feet come together on 1. Your arms will drop on 2 as your right leg goes back. 2. And when I do 2, I'm coming to the very tip of my right toe. Exactly. It's like I'm slicing my leg back. Very sassy. Feet together on 1. Step back 2. My right leg is in front. I'll step on it. 3. Other leg. 4. Good. Your right leg comes out. 5. Yeah, so what happens here is I just step forward on my left on 4. My right leg will come out. Boom. And it really just shoots out so that it's on that right corner. My arms are still by my side and my face is still forward. I do nothing on 6. And then on and a 7, I slide. I keep my toes on the floor. 7. And it's your beautiful big finish. So what your leg is doing is going out from a tendu, which is a leg out to the side, keeping your toes down. All it does is it slices right in front. Exactly. Try that again. 5, hold 6, and a 7. Yep. And your arms are coming down and then they're crossing so you can finish in that beautiful V. Yes, with your chin lifted. Beautiful, beautiful. Let's try that last 8 again. So you just finished those last 4 kicks. You just did 4, 3, 2, 1. Your feet come together on 1. You take a step back, 2. Walk forward, 3. Walk forward, 4. Shoot your leg out, 5. Nothing happens on 6. And a 7, you finish. Yeah? Try again faster. I know that last 8 can be a little tricky. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1. Back, step, tendu, finish. Again. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And a 7. Yeah? Sweet. Let's talk it all from the top. You can just mark your kicks. You don't have to do them full out. And then we'll try it with music for our dress rehearsal. And then we'll try it with our big finale. Here we go. Oh, and I didn't tell you about the costume, so you can really imagine it too. You're just like dripping in crystals. It is so stunning. It's so beautiful, and you can't help but sing along. So you can always check it out. It's called Shine. And you can just look up the Radio City Rockettes, and then you can really get an idea of it. And then you can kick along with us as well. Here we go. 5, 6, 7, up, 8, out, 1, hold 2, down, 3, kick 4. Good. Down, up, out. Down, 7. which means you have 4 more. 3, 2, now your eye-high kicks. 1, 2, 3, 4, to the front, to the side, to the front. 4 more, you have 4, 3, 2, big finish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. Yeah. Awesome, awesome. Let's do our dress rehearsal and do it with music. Yeah? Here we go. You guys are doing an awesome job. You should be so proud of yourselves. I'm very proud of you for being here. Here we go. 5, 6, 7. Nice. You ready to do it one more time? Go ahead, take your breath. You guys just learned that really quickly. That is not easy stuff. And it's always challenging. I know the question I had before was, do you get tired? Of course we do. And the kicks are always at the end of the number. Like 12 Days of Christmas, which is one of my favorite numbers. It is a high energy tap number. It's about 7 minutes long. So after dancing for 7 minutes, that's when we do our kick line. It's really, really challenging. Yeah? But here you go. Take a nice big breath. Pretend you're on stage at Radio City Music Hall, or maybe you're thinking about dancing at the Rockefeller Center tree lighting, or on the Macy's Day Parade, which is really fun events that we get to do every year. So feeling really lucky that we get to do that. Whatever you're imagining, put it in your head, get a nice smile on, and enjoy it, because here we go. 5, 6, 7. Nice, take a bow, take a bow. That was beautiful work, everybody. That is not easy stuff, and you did it. That's awesome. Now we have some time for any more questions, which is really fun. You can ask me anything you want. Ooh, how do I get the nerves out? Yeah, sometimes I do get nervous. You get less nervous, well, for me personally, because you're so used to doing shows all the time, you get less nervous because it's kind of in your body. But I do get nervous, especially when we do special events. So what I do is I like to go over the dance in my head. I sit down and I go over the dance in my head, and then I stand up and I go in my own little corner, and then I do it really quickly. And I just make sure that I get any energy out. And especially for like Macy's Parade or Rockefeller Center tree lighting where it's really cold, that can also kind of like heighten your nerves. So I do like some jumping jacks, make sure I just get any of that out, because you always dance better when you're just calm and living in the moment.
Does the adrenaline kind of get you warm for like those times when you're outside in the freezing cold?
Oh yeah, you're sweating on today's show, all of that. When you're outside, you're like, oh, how am I ever gonna do this? It's so cold. But by the time you're like 30 seconds in, you're sweating.
So how long have you been a Rockette, and what's your journey like becoming one?
Yeah, so I have been a Radio City Rockette for 11 years.
11 years, wow.
Yeah, 11 years. And I think I kind of have a fun journey, actually. So we have an incredible dance education program at Radio City Music Hall. And growing up in New Jersey, my studio participated in what we call a Rockette experience, which is a one-day event where you're basically a Rockette for a day. And I was 11 years old when I went and did that. Found out that they were having auditions for Clara, who is a young girl that's in the show, and she's in the Nutcracker scene. I knew that there was auditions coming up, so I begged my mom. I was like, please, I just wanted to go back to Radio City because I was already so obsessed with the Rockettes. And I finally gave in, and really lucky, I was Clara in the show. So then I would watch the Rockettes when I wasn't dancing backstage, and I would practice all their moves and then just be like, please let me be 5'6", please let me be 5'6", I just had to grow. And I really dedicated my technique and my training to becoming a Rockette. I took part in any classes that they were giving out, anything like this, I would jump on to just to really focus on that, really focused on my dance training, and then auditioned when I was 18 and really lucky to have been doing it ever since.
And has it changed a lot since when you first started to what it is? Well, obviously now, but to, you know.
Yeah, it has changed a ton. You know, the choreography gets more challenging every single year. It really does. And the show is never the same every year, whether there's a brand new number or maybe we have just reimagined a different scene. So it is definitely challenging every year. And dance is constantly evolving. And we just want to make sure that we're giving the most epic performance ever. So our choreographers definitely challenge us to be better every year and give the best possible show.
Awesome. How many shows are in a season?
About 200. That's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's from November to the beginning of January. So
wow.
Jam-packed. I like to say that Rockefeller Center is like its own little winter wonderland. And it is just jam-packed with all things Christmas.
Oh, wow. That's a lot of shows.
Oh, yeah. And with those shows, too, you know, we're not only performing in just those shows, but we're doing special events, whether we're doing Today's Show or we're jumping on and doing interviews, anything like that. So there is a lot happening in those 2 months. So we eat a lot of pizza.
Do you have to re-audition every year?
We sure do. We sure do. We have to make sure that we are always being the best possible dancer that we can be, not only for ourselves, but for our audience and for the women around us. We want to make sure that we're really staying strong and being the best that we can be. So yeah, we definitely have to re-audition every year. So when we're not kicking in the off season, we got to make sure that we are and really practice to come back better.
Yeah, definitely. What do you do on your days off?
Ooh, on my days off, I have a giant dog, so I usually stay and snuggle him. And I really just hang out. And a lot of the times I think it's funny too, we spend so much time together, like I said, the 79 other women. On our days off, a lot of the times we want to hang out with each other because it's a family. So we'll go and get brunch, eat pancakes, waffles, anything, you name it. And I just really make sure that my body is ready to go for that next full 6 days of shows. So I do a lot of stretching on my off day as well. Sometimes just maybe like a moderate yoga, anything like that.
Nice, and just keep it relaxed.
Sure. For sure.
This is a question I've always had. And someone else had this question.
It's a good one. I see it.
How do you change costumes so quickly during shows?
Yeah, it's actually pretty amazing. It kind of amazes me every year. Our fastest change is about 76 seconds. And that change is actually from Parade of the Wooden Soldiers, which is one of the first things that you learn. And I described the costume, right? So you have a hat, cheeks, jacket, gloves, pants, socks, tap shoes. You change all of that in 76 seconds to a dress, a jacket, different gloves, hat, earrings, and shoes, right? So what happens is we actually have an entire day at Radio City Music Hall where we just practice changing.
Oh, wow.
And there's about one dresser. We have one person to help us for every 3 Rockettes. And we help each other. So you know how everything is super choreographed on stage? It's just as choreographed backstage. You go to the exact same spot every single time. You know, unzip the lady in front of you, or maybe zip her back up, or maybe pass an earring. And you'll work that out with your dresser too. Like, oh, I like to put on my dress first. Oh, I like to put on my shoes first. And you'll kind of coordinate that so we can really make it as efficient as possible, because that's 76 seconds from when the curtain comes down in Soldiers. You still have to get off stage to your spot, then change, and then get back onto it. And we actually get onto our double-decker bus there. And that's when that double-decker bus drives onto stage.
Have you ever done a performance where like you like made a mistake and left like a glove on that you weren't supposed to leave by accident because like you're moving around so fast?
Yeah, or sometimes like you're like, oh, my earrings. Or, like try to run back and go get it. But we always have the dressers that are like right on the side of the stage, and they'll like kind of pass you the earrings. You have to have good eye-hand coordination to catch them. Or sometimes you're like shoe breaks and you get like take really fast. But they're always right on.
Craziness back there.
Yeah,
and when we look at it on the stage, it looks all so nicely put. You know, there's craziness going on in the background.
Organized chaos.
Organized chaos. Have you danced in the Macy's Thanksgiving Parade, and what was that like?
I have. I've danced in the Macy's Day Parade for a few years now.
Actually, again, this past year where we did soldiers. So that's pretty cool that you guys can look that up and see that as well. It is so fun. Macy's Day Parade is so much fun. It's a really exciting morning for us. So what happens is very early, you get to Radio City Music Hall and you get ready, you get in your costume, you get all set. We drive the wrong way down 6th Avenue, which is so cool. And there are usually just people all lined up. You get a police escort going there. It's like super, super thrilling. And then we wait and we hang out inside Macy's. And sometimes our director will play the music for us so that we can go over our moves and feel really comfortable. Like I said before, kind of just like get any jitters out. And then it's just a rush out onto 34th Street. And that's when we perform. And just having everyone be very close to you, the audience is very close to you at that point, right behind you. You can just hear them screaming, and it is so exciting. It's so fun just because I remember growing up watching the Rockettes every year, so it's always just a dream. And after the Macy's Day Parade, we usually perform in 4 shows. So
right after?
A long day of
man.
dancing, a lot of turkey and a lot of pie.
Sounds like a lot of fun too.
Yeah.
Have you ever messed up on stage?
Woo, good one. So we try to avoid, obviously, mistakes, but we're human. Things happen, and it's totally okay that things happen. But we practice so much that it is just ingrained in our body. You can kind of think about lunch sometimes, and your body's like still doing it. So it is really ingrained in your body. But of course, we're human. There's things that happen. Maybe you trip, anything like that. But you want to make sure that that never happens again, right? And you really just take that into consideration and you're like, okay, I'll be better. I won't mess that up again. And our dance captain watches every show and gives us notes before the next show. So they'll say, hey, Caitlin, your right arm needs to be a little closer to your head. You make sure that you bring it a little bit closer. So we're always getting better throughout the season. The work doesn't stop when the show opens.
Yeah, no, like a lot of it is muscle memory too, right? So like doing that practicing and once again, just like reiterating, practicing, getting that muscle memory down is important.
Yeah, it's definitely ingrained in you for sure. Like if somebody was like, okay, go do the show right now, I'd probably be like, okay, and just jump.
So what advice, and I think this would probably be we have time for a couple more questions. So what advice would you give to parents whose children are interested in dance?
I say go for it. Dance is like such a beautiful outlet. And even if it's not something that you necessarily want to take to a career, it is just a beautiful way. For me personally, it's like my happiness ambassador, it really creates such emotion for me. I dance when I'm happy. I dance when I'm sad. I dance when I am angry. And it is really just a great outlet. It's also great for your body. It's great to just move. So I encourage, if your child wants to do it, go for it. And now's the time too, in case you don't want to be live in a dance studio, you can take classes virtually. And it's a great opportunity for them to just get their feet in the water and see, oh, maybe I like this or maybe I don't.
Yeah, and build their confidence. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
What's your favorite style of dance?
I have 2. Ballet, definitely my number 1. It has always been my first love. And I always say that if you take ballet classes, you can do any type of dance. It is so difficult. I know that sometimes there's like stereotypes like, oh, ballet, it looks so easy, and people can like joke about it. It is so extremely challenging and it is so extremely good for your body. And then I love jazz. I love like the sass of it. I love an old school Fosse. I love new styles that are a little bit more contemporary and more commercial. I think it's really fun to have seen that evolve. And then I love the base of ballet, that it's there. It's the foundation and it is just what you need.
Yeah, and I want to talk to whoever you were talking to that said ballet looks like it is easy, because to me, it never looked easy. It always looks hard. It's very impressive.
Thank you.
Okay, so last question.
Sure.
What advice would you give to a young performer who wants to become a Radio City Rockette?
I would say do it. Your limits are limitless. Yeah, so and that goes for anything. Any dream that you have, do it. You can totally achieve so much more than you give yourself credit for. And I would say, like I said earlier, take the opportunity now to take classes from teachers you've never even heard of before, or classes you've never heard of before. And when auditions start coming back into play, go out and do other auditions that maybe you don't want that job, but that's a free dance class and that's an opportunity to dance. And really dedicate yourself to ballet, tap, and jazz. Really stick with those foundations. Work hard on your technique, pay attention to detail, and show that you love to dance. Never stop loving what you do,
right? Don't make it something that you won't love anymore. You really just want to love what you do. So put your all into it and always remember that you can achieve anything.
That was a great way to say it. And I hope that inspired so many dancers that are on the stream today.
I hope so too.
So thank you so much for giving us your time today and your energy. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Great job, everybody. So happy to be here, and have a beautiful rest of your day. And I hope I see y'all soon.
Bye. Hope you guys really enjoyed that. And I'm so glad that you guys are sticking with us. Thank you so much for that great presentation from the Radio City Rockettes. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum is offering free virtual STEM programs for students? Generously funded by Con Edison, students in grades 6 through 8 can explore themes in engineering, aviation, and space science. Request a program for your class today by going to intrepidmuseum.org/education for more information. All right. Now, up next at 1 p.m., we have a special meet and greet with the illustrators presentation with live drawings. But first, I'd like to show you a short video from the Intrepid Museum's collection about the role of women, on the home front during World War II and the iconic imagery of Rosie the Riveter. Let's roll a video.
Welcome to Inside Intrepid Education, a video series exploring history and science. My name is Jerry, a museum educator at the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum. Today we're going to be exploring women's roles in World War II through posters of the era. During World War II, men were called to serve overseas, while many women were called to serve on the home front. For the first time, women worked in jobs held traditionally by men, such as bus drivers, mail carriers, and in factories. More importantly, they worked to build military aircraft and ships like the Intrepid. Persuasive imagery like the iconic Rosie the Riveter was created to entice women into these non-traditional roles.
Looking closely at artwork can often provide keen insight to social movements of particular eras. Let's examine two posters from World War II, the more popularized 1942 poster by artist J. Howard Miller and Norman Rockwell's 1943 cover for the Saturday Evening Post. We'll compare and contrast the way these images convey their message. Both artists use bold colors in their posters. In the Norman Rockwell version, we see an American flag in the background, giving a more patriotic feel. Both women are wearing denim work clothes and have rather brawny physiques. However, the Miller version has a much more feminine look. Taking a closer look at the Norman Rockwell poster, we see that she actually has Rosie written on her lunch pail. In her lap is a riveting gun, and her penny loafer rests on a version of Hitler's Mein Kampf. Both of these posters appealed to women by emphasizing strong femininity and encouraged a we can do it attitude.
Millions of men serving overseas and women working on the home front, like the Rosies, together helped win the war. On behalf of the Intrepid Education team, thanks for watching, and keep experimenting and exploring. And be sure to visit us online at intrepidmuseum.org.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back momentarily for our next program at 1 p.m. See you guys soon. All right, how's everyone doing out there? If you guys are still enjoying Kids Week, let us know in the comments. We'd love to know that you guys are still rocking with us. We love it. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to keep on rolling and going into our next program. We are ready, we're about ready to start our next program. We have 3 fantastic illustrators joining us, and they're going to be doing live drawing. So please welcome Laura, Lauren, and Judd to the stream. Hello.
Hello.
Hi. How you guys doing?
Excellent. It's good to be here.
Awesome.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course. We're glad to have you guys, and take it away.
Good morning. So I'm Laura. I make a kids comic series called Bug Boys. It's an all ages series about 2 beetles who are best friends, and they go on adventures together, and sometimes they just stay home and talk about their feelings. It's kind of about everything. So today I'm going to show you how to draw the 2 main characters, Rhino Bee and Stag Bee. So let me just, here we go. Okay, can you guys see? Yes, you can.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. So let's start with Rhino Bee. So Rhino Bee is a rhinoceros beetle. He's kind of like he's like a brash, outdoorsy type of guy. He loves to play. He's round, he's chubby, he's fun. But when I draw him, I always start with his head, which is an oval like this. And I have to leave a spot open at the top for his horn. And his horn is kind of like a scoop shape with these like 4 little rounded, almost like fingered, like, or maybe like a spork is a better way of explaining it. And then he has a little horn on his back, the back of his head too. That's like a little cinnamon roll shape like that. And then I like to draw his face. So he has like an inner portion. You can see here, there's like an inner portion of his face, which is a different color. So I delineate that with this like heart shape. Then I like to give them eyes. And the eyes can just be little dots. And then a little smile. Cute. Thanks. Next I'm going to draw his, one of his arms. And I kind of like to approximate where it's going to be over his body. I like to just go for it. And then I draw these stripes on his arms. And these stripes I put on his design because they help me show which way his arm is facing, where it's moving. Like if I drew the stripes like this, it kind of gives you the sense that his arm is going away from you. But when I draw them like this, it kind of gives them this motion that they're moving downward in that curve. Anyway, that's some cartoonist tip for you. Then I like to draw his body. His big round body goes under his arm like this. And then it's kind of cut, or not cut in half, but it's delineated in half. And then on the front of his belly, he has a big round area that's also has a line across it to help show direction. And then for the arm in the back, I can draw him waving hello. Hello. Lance. And then I'm going to draw his legs. He's got 2 little skinny legs. They're just cartoon character legs. All right, that's Rhino Bee. Let's move on to Stag Bee. So Stag Bee and Rhino Bee are best friends. They're buddies. They live together in a mushroom. Oh, sorry. We've got someone in class at my home right now. So you might hear something in the background. So anyway, they're buddies. They live together in a mushroom house. When I designed them, I wanted them to look like similar enough that they lived in the same cartoon world together, but different enough that, they were recognizably different characters with different personalities. So Stagby is kind of based off of rounded rectangles. So when I draw Stagby, I like to draw this rounded rectangle shape. And then I slice it using these forms that are kind of like bunny ears, but with an extra step in them. And then I can erase the line between them. And then continue drawing his face. So he also has kind of a delineated face from the rest of his head, which I also make with this rounded rectangle with another rounded rectangle in the middle to kind of like cut it in half, which make it seem like he has a nose, but he doesn't have a nose because he is a cartoon character. Let me give him 2 eyes and a mouth. And then for his arms, I'm also just going to start guessing. So I like to I can imagine like, okay, his shoulders are going to be like this. So I can start putting his arm somewhere like here. Put it in front of his body. He's got skinny little arms. They don't have lines on them to show direction. And then, let's try that again. The rest of his body is also a rounded rectangle. So I can do that. And then next I want to do his other arm. So it's on the same, length down his shoulder. Let's try that again. So on the same side, same length down from his shoulder. And then I give them like 3 little fingers. And if I need them to be grasping something, I give them an extra little thumb like that. So he can also be waving hello, but maybe a little more shy. And then I want to draw his belly. His belly also has a big shape on it. His is a rounded rectangle, and it does have little stripes on it. And then I'm going to draw his legs, which are also skinny cartoon character legs. Like that. And then the last detail on Stagby is that he has like little coattails. His shell has little coattails, which are also rounded rectangles. So they come down like this behind his butt and the top of his legs. And that's Stagby. He's so happy to be here.
That's so cute.
Thanks.
I love the step-by-step. I wish that I actually had some paper here, other than the paper along with it a second. It would have been fun. That's great.
Yeah, I hope I can draw along with your drawing too, Lauren.
Mine is, I try to make it a step-by-step drawing, but it's so hard for me to break down drawings for some reason. So, as you'll see in a few minutes. But anyway.
Yeah, it's like,
sorry to bust it there on you.
No, it's good. It's like I've drawn these characters probably thousands of times already. So when I have to actually explain how I do it, it's weird because it's like at this point my hand is doing the thinking.
Yeah.
My brain isn't doing the thinking anymore.
I always say like I would probably be the worst art teacher just because I don't really think about how I do things anymore. I just do them, and then when somebody asks me, it takes me a while to break it down. So I admire.
It's a lot of like, and then do this, and then do this part, and then I do this part, and then you do this. It's like,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, I feel like so much of art advice is like, well, you just do it and you see how it goes, which isn't terribly helpful to hear when you're just starting out.
Yeah, but that really is how it works.
Unfortunately, yes.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thanks for that.
Yeah, thanks. So,
Terrific.
Lauren, are you going to draw next?
Yes, I am. I have a quick question for you. I was wondering when your Bug Boys book came out.
Yes.
Did it just come out? I mean, did it just come out this year, or was it last year?
So far there's 2 books in the series. The first one came out about a year ago in February, and this one came out pretty much 1 week ago.
Oh, wow.
This February. It's the sequel.
Happy belated book birthday.
Thank you.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. Bug Boys is actually a collection of comics I self-published for a long time. So some of the stories in these books are literally 10 years old this year. So it feels weird to say that they're in my new book because they're so old, but
yeah,
they're in my new book.
That's so fun. Well, I
That's
feel
awesome.
privileged to be here with 2 cartoonists today because I'm not a cartoonist, just a regular illustrator. So I feel a little out of the loop here, but I'll do my best. So I'm talking to you guys about our friend Hedgehog today, and Hedgehog, of course, is the main character, and this is the first book in what will be a series. Working on book 2 now. And so Hedgehog lives on a tiny island with her best friend Muddy, and the island is the only she's ever known. And one day, Muddy, is swept up in a storm, and Hedgehog is left all alone and is forced out of her comfort zone and into the wider world to search for her best friend. And then along that journey, she ends up meeting what will be her other good friend characters. So this is sort of an origin story of how these friends came to be. So I'll give you a little. Oh, and this book is a full color chapter book. So it's kind of made like a picture book, but a lot thicker. So it's kind of like 3 picture books mashed together and like 100 pieces of art. And then you have this book. So our friend Hedgehog has a cast page in the front, so you can see all of the friends who become best friends. And then there's the one human character of Annika May Flores. So today we're gonna concentrate on Hedgehog, and maybe the chicks will show up in the drawing too. I'll read you, just because we have a little bit of time, I'll read you the intro for those that are interested in the book. So sometimes you make a friend and it feels like you have known that friend your entire life. Hedgehog, Muddy, Mole, Owl, Beaver, Hen and Chicks, and me, Annika May. You might think it has always been this way, but it has not. There was a series of events that brought us all together. This is our friendship story. This is the story of us. So I'm going to be drawing just with regular pen and paper today, but I also brought some show and tell of, this was the very first page in a sketchbook where Hedgehog showed up. It was, the Hedgehog. Back in 2014, I had moved out of New York City and was starting a new sketchbook in a new city, and this character appeared, and she just kept appearing in pages and margins of, different pages and sketchbooks and whatever else for a couple of years before she had a story to tell. But it's funny because what you see here, isn't exactly what she ends up looking like in the book. So it took some evolution for her to get to the character she is in the published book. So I also have here, this is the stack of original art in my really nice folder. So I actually did the artwork.
Oh, look at that.
With ink and watercolor pencils. And I wanted to kind of have like a rougher look than some of my other art in my picture books, which is more like watercolor and kind of a cleaner look, but I wanted to go for a more like scratchy kind of I don't know, sketchbooky look. So as you can see, oops, go this way. I'm having a really hard time aligning the pages here for the window. But so lots of like trial and error because I was trying to draw directly with pen, and you'll see that, when you draw with pen, you can't erase. So sometimes you have to make drawings a million times before you get them right. So
Here's another one. So pencil, colored pencils, a little bit of marker. So I'm going to try to replicate the same way of working today. So let's see. I'm going to just swing my camera around so that you guys can see my sketchbook while I'm drawing. All right. All right. This is kind of as close as I can get it. Can you see okay there?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So what I like to draw with are these pens called Tumbo pens, but I also use ballpoints and any other type of pens I can get my hands on. But for the book, I used this pen called a Tumbo. It's kind of a calligraphy pen. And then we have these trusty, which I'm sure a lot of you out there have used, watercolor pencils. Nothing fancy at all. You can even use crayons. And you can use a brush to dip in water and smear the pencil after you scribble with it. Or you can even use your finger, like dip it in water and smear it, which is probably what I'm going to do today because I like to, and it gives it sort of a messier look when you use your finger to smear things. So I'm not about being very precious about my work. So as you can tell by the way that it's kept in that folder there. All right. Hopefully my hands don't get in the way, but we're going to start with Hedgehog's head. So she's got this little noggin here, and we give her a nose. Come down. She's got a bit of a mouth there. We're going to give her an eye and an ear. And hedgehogs have what are called spines. And those are like, what we have as humans, hairs, and they kind of protect the hedgehogs. So she's got lots of spines. And I do the same thing that Laura does, kind of like ballpoint where the arms are going to go. So Hedgehog really likes nature. So in this drawing, we're going to have she's going to be delivering flowers to hen and chicks. So we're going to start to draw her back. She's kind of has like this roundish, like almond shaped back. And then she's got like a belly, comes down, and we give her a little foot there. And then you can fill her in with these spines. Give her a little bit. There we go. She needs sort of an expression there. So we add an eyebrow. Eyebrows are always good to show expression on characters. So she is holding. I really like it when my pens start to die because then I get this sort of rough look. And it makes the drawing a little bit more fun, I think. So now we have to kind of place her in an environment. So we're going to add some, let's see, maybe some rocks on the ground. And she's gone to see hen and chicks. So there are 2 chicks in the story, and they're always getting into mischief. And they like to sort of climb all over things and each other.
Double decker.
Sort of a chick totem. And then maybe in the background, you have sort of the river there. Got some flowers. For grass, I just kind of do some little scribblies. Maybe there's shadow here. All right, so I'll show you. So one of the characteristics, like the defining characteristics of Hedgehog, is that she has a very rosy cheek. You can kind of tell her apart from other hedgehogs that way. So here's her rosy cheek. And then we're going to give her a red flower. Here's another flower. Don't mind my makeshift little like drawing space here.
It's awesome.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I love that tiny easel. That's great.
Yeah, this is actually
beautiful.
It's like it's a recipe stand for like
So I actually use it in the kitchen usually, but it works here too. So you just color everything in. Maybe here, I'll show you how these watercolor pencils work just with kind of wetting your finger and smearing. So you can mix a dark green and a yellow, and then you, ooh, so messy. Yeah. So messy and so fun. So it's kind of smearing the ink a little bit, but these pens are they're supposed to be waterproof, which is nice because then you can work with watercolor over top, and it doesn't usually smear. So maybe in the background they have the hedgehog lives, near a body of water, and there's a river nearby. So maybe there's a river. And there we go. There's my kind of scribbly drawing of hedgehog. And I'm big on, I love shadows in my work. So I'm always kind of looking for places to add lots of light and shadow. So maybe there's a little bit of shadows underneath hedgehog's arm. Oh, 2 last details. We gotta give her a purple flower and maybe a pink one. There we go. So let me see if I can, I'm not sure how close it was, but I can zoom it in here.
Awesome.
Oh, that's fantastic.
I love how you were like halfway finger painting for a second there.
Yeah.
I know. And I told you I dipped my finger in water, but I actually licked it.
It's old school, not COVID friendly, but it gets the job done. It's just you. It's all good.
Exactly. So there you have it. And Judd, your turn. I can't wait to see what you're going to draw.
Okay, so I'm not going to draw. I'm actually going to tell a story about drawing and creativity and coming up with stuff. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to have to share my screen, and you're going to actually let me know if you can see what I'm doing here. So can you see a cartoon that says, "Are his ears really big?" Can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, now can you? If I advance it, now it's me sitting at my drafting table. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, I'm gonna tell my story. Great. Okay, so yeah, I'm Judd Winnick. I'm a cartoonist. It's like the best job in the whole wide world. And I do the Hilo series. And we got 7 Hilo books out now. And the story is about our hero Hilo. And when Hilo comes to Earth, he has no idea, does not remember who he is, how he got here, what he's supposed to do. But with the help of his buddy DJ and his buddy Gina, he remembers who he is and what he's supposed to do. And along the way, over the first 6 books, they fight this big monster robot named Razorwark. And with book 7, we're going to pivot. We're going to change things up. Gina is now going to be our hero, and Hilo and DJ are going to back her up. And I'm really, really excited about that. And today, what I want to do is I kind of wanted to tell you a short story about how I came up with Hilo and stuff. So this is the kind of short story about how I came up with Hilo and stuff. And it's also like a lesson on like making things and doing stuff. So let me just jump in. So long ago, when I was a kid, this is me. So it's a long time ago when dinosaurs still roamed the earth. I was a big fan of Looney Tunes and Star Wars, and big fan of monster movies. In particular, I was a huge fan of King Kong. I loved King Kong. And I used to draw lots and lots of pictures. That's what I like to do. So the happiest day for me was, drawing pictures while half watching monster movies or Looney Tunes. That was a perfect day for me when I was a kid. And the drawing I love to do more than anything else is that I love to draw King Kong. I don't know if you know the story of King Kong. I don't have time to tell it. I'll tell it real quick. Is the story of a 100-foot gorilla who lived on this island called Skull Island. He's captured by explorers, taken back to New York City, where he escapes, runs amok, climbs the Empire State Building, and then is shot down by airplanes. That's the quick version. You probably should see the movie. But more importantly, I used to draw King Kong over and over again. But actually, specifically, I used to do the same drawing over and over again. I used to draw the entire Empire State Building and every window in the Empire State Building. Then finally, I would draw King Kong atop with the airplanes trying to shoot him down. The thing is, I didn't really want to draw the whole building. I just wanted to draw this part at top. This is the drawing I really wanted to do when I was a kid. But for some reason, I always thought that I had to draw the entire building first with all the windows in it first before I got to this thing. This was the drawing I wanted to do. I don't know why. I would always draw the building first, but I did. And I would do it over and over again for years. Don't know why. Now, a few years later, little small Judd grows up a little bit. He's less small Judd. And I took an interest in a whole different thing. Comic strips. You know what comic strips are? I fell in love with comic strips. Crazy go nuts for it. Now, a little bit of history. When I was a kid, when dinosaurs still roamed the earth, we had these things called newspapers. They're like iPads that were made out of paper that had current events on them. But most importantly, inside the newspapers, you had 2 to 3 pages of comic strips, the funnies. And on Sunday, they were in color, which was awesome. And I loved them. I absolutely loved them. And it was around this time that I kind of discovered something about myself. I discovered how I like to draw. And I draw kind of goofy. I draw kind of like a comic strip. Let me explain. So this is a cat, right? This is Garfield, right? They don't really look alike, right? The thing is, I could always draw Garfield, but I couldn't really draw a realistic cat. So I discovered that I like to do goofy drawings. I like to have drawings that have jokes in them. And that's what I started doing. I started drawing as many funny cartoons as I possibly could. Jokes with punchlines and things that just look goofy. And I would show my mom and dad. They were my first audience. If my mom and dad laughed at something I drew, that was the best feeling in the whole world. And it was right around then that I decided that that's what I want to do. I want to do a comic strip, just like the ones that show up in newspapers every single day. I wanted to do that. I also was a huge fan of superhero comics. I love superhero comics. Big fan of the X-Men, big fan of Fantastic Four, huge fan of Batman. And what I loved about them, I loved the action. I loved that there's always superheroes and supervillains. And I also loved how dramatic they were. Whereas with comic strips, they were really, really funny. Superhero comics were kind of serious. I sort of liked the drama of it. And I also loved how big they were. When I was a kid, you didn't have great special effects in movies like we do now. If you wanted to see something extraordinary like this, you had to open up a comic book. So that's what I dug, but I could never draw like this. Not like this. It was too big. Now, many years later, little small Judd becomes big Judd, got a little less hair because that's what happens. And I've been very, very lucky. I've done all kinds of different storytelling. I did a comic strip for a number of years called Frumpy the Clown. I did this animated series called Life and Times of Juniper Lee for Cartoon Network. And I did a bunch of superhero comics. I did this X-Men comic. I wrote Green Arrow and Green Lantern for a number of years. And I even wrote this guy you might have heard of called Batman. Now, I tell you this. About 8 years ago, when my son was about 7, that's my son, and he was about 7, he came to me and he said, "Dad," and I said, "Yeah." He said, "Dad, can I read some of your superhero comics? Like, can I please read some of the Batman comics you wrote?" And I had to tell him, "Oh, no, you may not read my Batman comics because, well, my Batman comics are kind of intense and you're just 7 years old. They're kind of meant for teenagers and grown-ups." So he and I started to poke around for a series that'd be really good for him. And the one that we landed on that he really dug was a series called Bone. Do you guys know Bone? It's awesome. My son read all 9 graphic novels and just lost his mind. Now, I'm super duper lucky. I know Jeff Smith, the cartoonist who does Bone. And I called up Jeff and said, "Jeff, my son just went crazy, go nuts for Bone." And Jeff said, "That is awesome. Tell you what, I'm going to mail you guys something." And sure enough, about 2 weeks later, we got this giant box of Bone stuff. We got Bone t-shirts. We got Bone hats. We got Bone calendars. We got Bone posters. We got Bone action figures. And my son became a Bone super fan. Everything in his life became about Bone. And me, well, I got jealous because I figured I'm a cartoonist and I should be able to do a story that he likes as much as he likes Bone. So I started to sit down and try to figure out what it was. Now, like I told y'all, I draw kind of goofy, like a comic strip, like Peanuts and Calvin and Hobbes. And I like stuff that's got lots and lots of jokes in it, right? But my son, I also knew he wanted a story that was like a superhero comic, an action-adventure story with good guys and bad guys and lots of action. And I've written stories like that too. So I took those 2 ideas, a comic strip that's kind of, somebody that looks like a comic strip that's drawn goofy and has lots of jokes, and a superhero comic with lots of action and an ongoing story. And I took those 2 ideas, I put them in a blender, and not a real blender, my actual head. And out came Hilo. And Hilo is very much a combination of that. It's got a lot of action, and but it's drawn really, really silly with lots and lots of jokes, like a comic strip. Even the action is kind of goofy and kind of fun, but also it's still kind of dramatic, like a comic strip, and has an ongoing story, like a comic book. And that was sort of how Hilo came about. Now, the thing is, when Hilo first came out, it got me thinking. And my mind went back to, it went back to that drawing I used to do of King Kong, when I would draw the whole Empire State Building and then finally draw King Kong at top. Well, the thing is, what I kind of found is that, my King Kong drawing is kind of like Hilo in so many ways now, because everything I did before Hilo, like my comic strip and an animated series and like superhero comics, that was kind of like I was drawing the Empire State Building, all to get to the King Kong at the top. And I kind of feel like everything I've done has led to here. I kind of feel like Hilo is my King Kong at the top of the building, but I don't need to draw the building anymore because I figured out who my King Kong is. And my King Kong is Hilo. And when I was a kid, I used to make things up and draw them. And I half watch television. Now I'm 51 and I make things up while I draw them and I half watch television. That's my job. But it's taken me a really, really long time to figure out what it is I want to say and the story I want to tell. And it wound up being Hilo, the King Kong at the top of my building. And that's what I'm trying to tell you all today. I'm going to stop sharing my screen. I'm going to come back now. At least I'm going to try to stop sharing my screen. Uh-oh. Let me see if I can come back. Technical difficulties. Give it a sec. I don't know if you can even see me. I'm trying to escape and stop sharing my screen.
You're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now we're back. Okay. Stop sharing. All right. Now I'm back as a human being. So, and I guess that's the thing I'm trying to tell y'all is that it's never about one drawing. It's never about one thing you're going to do. It's never going to be making that one thing perfect, because everything you do is going to be building upon what you do for what you do next. The drawing you do is going to be something that you add to the next drawing you do, the next drawing you do, the next drawing you do. I'm an older dude now, but I've been drawing and making things up my entire life. So sorry, someone's calling me from upstairs, making sure it's not an emergency. That's the lesson I learned, that we build upon everything we've done before. So that's my story, my lesson today, and how I came up with Hilo and stuff. So there.
Now, I have a question. Does your son love it?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. I mean, the short answer is, of course, he still loves Bone, but he was the second human being on earth to read Hilo. My wife read it first, and then my son, when he was like, I don't know, 8.5, took me about a year and a half to do the first draft. I did give it to him. So I drew it, and then I made photocopies of it. So I gave him 200 pages of photocopies in a binder, and I gave it to him. So he looked at it and said, "Yeah, can I read it when it's done?" Like he wanted it like as a book. And but then I gave it to him, and he went to his room and he started reading it. And I'm listening and nothing for a little while. Then I heard him laughing, and I thought that was good. Then he came out 2 hours later. So I knew he read it all in one sitting. He's handing the book back to me. He said, "This is great. I really, really loved it. It was awesome." I said, "Oh, thank you." He said, "Yeah. Can I read the next one?" I'm like, "Oh, no, Daddy needs about another year."
Yeah.
I'm glad you done.
Give me 2 years.
Yeah, just a little bit of time.
That's so
But
fun.
he digs it. So that's the best.
Love it.
Judd, thank you for acknowledging that sometimes jealousy motivates you in a good way.
Oh yeah, no. Spite and jealousy is what brought me here today. Yes.
Sometimes it's just a little kick in the butt you need.
Just enough. Just
a little, yeah.
Yeah.
True.
Well, I mean, there's a not so fine line between inspiration and a little bit of envy. I mean, I often talk about that I look at drawings that other people do and work they other do, and it kind of makes my teeth itch. And so I know it's like I can still look at Calvin and Hobbes and go through stuff. It's like, I love it so much. It's like almost like a little bit painful. It's like I wish I could do it like that, but I really can't.
Yeah, when I get like that, I'm like, okay, so I can't do this, but I can do the Laura version of it. And the Laura version of it is different enough that I'm satisfied.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. I love it. So I think we're gonna.
Yeah, I think we have questions.
Some Q&A.
Awesome. Hi guys. This is awesome. Before we do the Q&A, can I just show you guys, just so you know, I am listening. So I did
Oh
my gosh,
great.
That's fantastic.
I love it. Oh, yes.
Oh, wow, that's so good.
Oh, it's
and I want to say
perfect.
thank you guys so
It's
much.
perfect.
I don't think I like don't consider myself an artist, but like I feel like these came out pretty good based off of your guys' instruction. So thank you so much for that. That was really fun.
Thank you.
Fun to see.
And Jed, thank you so much for your wonderful story. I kind of want to read high-low myself now.
Oh, thank you. Well, I expect you to run off and go make a book and come back.
Okay,
So go ahead.
I'm
All right,
gonna
go. Hurry up. Yes, I want you to do a whole book now. Go.
So we have some time for some Q&A going on here, so we can start. So when did you start drawing? And I guess we can go around the horn here, and we can start with Laura, I guess.
I always drew. I love drawing, and my mom is a visual artist, so we always had paper and art supplies in the house. But I seriously started drawing when I was in junior high. That was when I decided I wanted to be a cartoonist, and I would like copy comic book characters I really liked, and I would get like how to draw books and draw out of those and take art lessons.
Awesome. How about you, Lauren?
Same as Laura, actually, always drawing from a young age. Since I was told since I was in a high chair. Yeah, my mom was, I would call her more of like an arts and crafts woman. So she had closet full of supplies. So the same, like, always supplying us with paper and paints and such. So yeah, there was never like, a week that went by without doing art projects together as a family. So that was sort of the beginning. And in high school, I had an art teacher who happened to be an illustrator, and on the side he did more gallery illustration, and that's when, in talking with him and seeing his work, I realized that this could be an actual job someday. And so he really kind of pushed me toward going to school to study art. So then I ended up going to art school. But yeah, I think it was that high school was sort of the point that, I realized that I could do this as a job. So, yeah. Yeah.
Jed, how about you?
Well,
obviously you told us. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, no, I've been drawing. Well, just like everybody. I mean, we all start out by drawing. I mean, everybody. I think it's a little unfortunate that kiddos at one point, because everybody draws when they start out. At one point, I don't know, 10, 11, 12, 13, they stop drawing if they're not good enough. And I would advise kiddos to keep going, to keep drawing. I mean, there's so many different ways you can express yourself visually now that you should keep going. You ask any adult, who doesn't do any kind of art now, like if they wish they'd sort of kept at it a little bit, they'll absolutely tell you that they wish they did. And I think the only other important note I have about that is that as a kid, I told my mom and dad I wanted to be a cartoonist, and I never heard that I shouldn't be a cartoonist. I never heard that that's not a real job or that'll be a good hobby or definitely get something to fall back on. None of that. I always heard if you want to be a cartoonist, you work really hard and you can go ahead and be a cartoonist. Inspiration meets encouragement is huge. So any budding artists out there, I think we would all say, like, keep drawing. And also, like, this can be a real thing you can do, like we all said, we were drawing as kids and we're drawing now, and it's our job. It's nuts. So keep at it.
So what do you all enjoy the most about being an artist? And we'll just go the opposite way. So we'll start with Jed with this one.
Everything. It's yeah, I mean, I don't have any other usable skills, but to make a simpler point, a lot of people always ask me, like I visit kids and stuff, at schools, like, hey, what are your hobbies? I don't really have hobbies. It's not like, like, well, I enjoy a little bit of skydiving and, and I do this or do that. I'm happiest and most relaxed when I'm making things, when I'm drawing things. It's really, that a huge chunk of my day is just like, it's just doing this. And it's really super fulfilling, and now I get to do like, again, I make things up and then I draw them. What could be better than that? So it's a little bit of like all I can do that. And I just, it leaves me the most fulfilled.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Lauren?
Yeah. Pretty much agree with everything Judd said. I can't imagine doing anything else. It's the thing that makes me, feel the most relaxed and just like when I'm making art, or even writing a story, I feel like this is what I'm supposed to be doing. And I just, am very happy. And probably, yeah, in my, like, especially during this time, this last year in this pandemic, what like the times when I wasn't able to create things was the most frustrating time. Probably we've all gone through that during this long year that we've had. It's like, there was a period where I couldn't create because like I was so anxious about what was going on in the world. But like I realized later that, I really need to be making art because that's what kind of puts me at ease and, just lifts my spirits. So, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Laura, do you want to?
I've got a pretty similar answer to Lauren and Judd, which is that drawing just feels very good. Like there's this thing called the flow state, which is when you're doing something that, engages you and you can like concentrate and it's when you get in the zone, that's the flow state. It's easy for me to get that with drawing and it makes the time satisfying. Even if the drawing comes out bad, I'm like, well, okay, it was practice.
Mm-hmm.
I actually was going to comment on that, on those comments that you guys all said, that for our viewers who are, aspiring artists, that's something that's very important, that you notice that all three responses although, it's really nice to see your finished product at the end. And, it's really nice to see it come out the way that you actually envisioned it. But all three artists said that the thing that really they're connected with is the actual doing of the art, the actual process of doing it. So that's really what's really important about it. Is not necessarily what comes out at the end, but the fun that you have while you do it.
Right. Plus, when you're drawing and making art, you can also listen to audiobooks or music or podcasts, and that's like an added bonus too. Mm-hmm. At least I do. I don't know. I draw in silence, but I really. Sometimes even like when you're drawing, you have something on in the background, but you're so in the zone that you don't even realize that there's anything else going on in the background. So, yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I don't hear what I'm listening to when I'm working.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. If it's going really well, for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, do anyone here have a favorite cartoon or comic? Who wants to start?
Lots. I mean,
so many. There's so many good ones.
Well, Laura, why don't you throw a few out there? Go ahead.
We'll just start with Lauren. Yeah, start with Lauren.
Okay. Since I'm the comic artist here, it doesn't mean I do not appreciate comics, because I also grew up reading them, especially the newspaper, comics. And I also drew from them to practice drawing when I was a kid. Peanuts would be probably my number one favorite. So yeah, I'll kick it off with Peanuts. Garfield too.
How about you, Judd?
Oh, goodness. First love was Garfield. Graduated up to Bloom County by Burke Brefford. Was always a huge fan of Doonesbury. Loved Peanuts. Peanuts was almost like just a mainstay. Calvin and Hobbes, which came out, I'm old, so it came out when I was a teenager. And that just blew my mind. oh goodness, William Steig, and I mean, I'm not actually named cartoonist, not cartoons. Avatar: The Airbender. Okay, it's a fantastic animated series, which I'm sure, like everyone, I assume everyone watching has seen like 10 times because I know I have. Pretty much everything by Pixar. You know, and I can do an hour just on this. I guess. Do you have a favorite cartoon or comic? No.
I have thousands.
Yeah, it's like so many. Yeah.
And Laura, how about you?
Okay.
What about you, Laura?
I'd say one of my first comic loves was Calvin and Hobbes.
Same.
That's still a fave, yeah. For cartoons, I finished watching Steven Universe recently. That was really good. That was
It's awesome.
yeah, really visually interesting, and then it has like really cool like sci-fi concepts, but explained in a perfectly kid appropriate way. That was really fun. And there's songs. Songs are really good.
Awesome. Yeah.
Last question. What advice would you give to young aspiring artists? And we'll start with Laura.
Okay. So I would say, so I used some drawing software today to show you how to draw Renabie and Stagby, but I would say don't think you need a computer. Don't think you need special drawing software. Please just draw on anything that you have. I actually encourage people to get really cheap materials when you're starting to draw, because then it's not precious. It's not a big deal if you wreck it or the drawing comes out bad. And I would say, please focus on what interests you, what gives you pleasure. Just making whatever that makes your friends laugh. Like, that is the stuff that the more you do it, the more meaningful it becomes. That will like start to inform other parts of your life. And even if you don't do art as a job when you grow up, it still is so enriching to have things that belong to you because you made them and you invested in this time. Yes. And just do it. It's fun. Please. I know it's really hard to not be self-conscious when you're young, but you know, you can do it just for you. You can hide it and then bring it out later, but just do it.
Yeah.
Judd, how about you?
Oh, I'll get real specific because I agree with everything that Laura said. It's okay to copy cartoon and other people's artwork. That's how I learned how to draw. Literally, like drawing other people's cartoons. Like I was talking about Garfield. I fell in love with Garfield when I was like 8 years old, and then I started just copying Garfield over and over again. Then I could do it by memory, and then I was ripping off Garfield and doing my own comic strip. But we learn how to draw by literally looking at how other people do it. They do it in art school. It's called master drawings. They go to museums. They look at paintings, and then they go in with their sketch pads and they draw them. So copying artwork, and I mean, if you like anime, go copy the anime. You know, if you like Diver Wimpy Kid, go copy that too. By copying, you learn by doing, and you start by copying other people's work. We're still copying other people's work in a lot of ways. So it's a great place to start. And as Laura said, don't get frustrated, because you know what? It's going to stink at first, and it's okay to stink at first. It's okay for it to look lousy. That's why it's the old expression. That's why pencils have erasers. It's never been more on point than just they're doing that. When you're doing a drawing, it's coming out lousy. Just erase it, start over, do more, but just have fun with it. So there.
Awesome. And Lauren, take us home with this. Awesome.
Yeah, I still make plenty of drawings that are lousy, you know, until I get them the way I want them. It rarely comes out perfect the way that I like it on the first try. But I always tell aspiring artists to carry a sketchbook. It can be, you know, just a whatever notebook, a little tiny pocket sketchbook, but wherever you go, carry a sketchbook, because my feeling is, and for me at least, like I never know when inspiration's gonna strike, and like I might be out walking one day and see some really interesting animal, like in the distance, that I want to do a quick sketch of because I find him really cool, and maybe like he shows up in a book one day, or he becomes a main character in a book one day. So I feel like carrying a sketchbook is awesome because you never are able to then miss an opportunity for capturing inspiration. So yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for those. Judge, you had something else?
Nope. I was just giving a big old yeah about carrying a sketch pen.
So we want to thank you guys so much for giving us your time and your expertise to Kids Week. Thank you guys so much for joining us.
Thanks
Thank
for having
you.
You're welcome. Bye,
Yeah,
guys.
This was a blast.
See y'all.
Be safe and be well. Thank you.
Thank you as well.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you guys are all still enjoying Kids Week. And thank you so much to Laura, Judd, and Lauren for that awesome presentation. Now, did you know that you could experience your child's next birthday party at home with the Intrepid Sea, Air, and Space Museum? You and your birthday guest can go on a virtual tour of the museum, learn all about the history of the ship and the crew, and do hands-on themed activities and celebrate your child's birthday in a fun and interactive way. Go to intrepidmuseum.org/groups for more information and to register. Now, up at 2 p.m., we have Jazz at Lincoln Center presenting Weebop program, the Duke's Train Adventure. But first, I'd like to show you all a short video that we have from Intrepid about the role of African-American sailors in World War II and the brave men of Gun Tub 10 who served on board the USS Intrepid. Let's roll the video.
Welcome to Tour Guide Talks. Today I'll be talking about the roles African American sailors played in World War II, and especially the brave men of Gun Tub 10 on Intrepid. During World War II, African Americans were limited in their jobs on board Navy ships because of the color of their skin. This was in line with the discrimination endured by Black Americans. If you are a young African American sailor serving on board Intrepid during World War II, you probably worked as a steward's mate. They served the officers' meals and cleaned their staterooms. However, some African American sailors received combat assignments in addition to these roles. The crew of Gun Tub 10 was just such a group. I'm standing in the hangar deck below what was Gun Tub 10 on the port side of the ship. This battery position consisted of up to 24 men firing 20mm anti-aircraft guns, like this one behind me. Their primary job was to defend the ship from attacking airplanes. On October 29, 1944, off the coast of the Philippines, Intrepid came under attack from aircraft of the Imperial Japanese Navy. The men of Gun Tub 10 jumped into action, readied their guns, and prepared for battle. No one could have prepared them for what they experienced as they faced a new and deadly form of attack, crash-diving kamikaze aircraft. A wave of enemy airplanes headed toward Intrepid and other ships in the area. The ship's gunners knocked down a number of the attacking planes, but one plane made it through the anti-aircraft fire. The gunners in Gun Tub 10 pounded the diving enemy plane, shooting off its left wing before it barreled directly into their position. The Japanese airplane crashed into Gun Tub 10 before falling into the sea. That day, 10 men lost their lives and at least 8 others were injured. Initially, some of the gunners were promised the Navy Cross, but were instead awarded the Bronze Star, a lesser award. After many years of petitioning, the 5 surviving members of Gun Tub 10 were finally awarded the Navy Cross in 1993. The brave men of Gun Tub 10 and scores of others paved the way for equal opportunity for African Americans serving in the military, a process that would take decades. For more tour guide talks, visit intrepidmuseum.org and book your tour today.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Kids Week, and we are just about ready to begin our next presentation. We've had a great day so far, so we're going to get right into the next program. Please help us welcome Jazz at Lincoln Center, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Sophia and Davey.
Hi, can you hear us?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, nice. Do you see the piano? I don't see.
Let's see. We can see a little. Yep, there we go. Awesome. We have a good view now.
Okay.
Take it away.
So we're ready. Let's go. We're gonna start saying. Hold on, Mr. Dave is here. Okay. We're just gonna start saying good afternoon the way we like to do it in Weebop, and is singing the blues. Here we go, my friends. If you have any instruments in hand, and we can all play together. Oh, good afternoon, blues. Blues, how do you do? Woo! Good afternoon, blues. Blues, how do you do? I'm doing all right, all right. How are you? Oh, yeah. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Dave. How are you? How are you? Oh, yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Dave, Mr. Dave. How are you? All right, I'm doing all right. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Dave. Oh, good afternoon, blues. How's everybody doing out there? Oh, good afternoon, everyone, everyone. How are you? Woo! Good afternoon, everyone, everyone. How are you? Yeah, I'm doing all right, all right. How are you? And my name is Sophia. I'm so happy to be here with you and sharing what we do at Weebop at Jazz and Lincoln Center. This wonderful world of Weebop where we get to learn a lot about jazz. Yes. So, my friends, this song is a call and response, okay? I ask you, how are you doing? And you gotta tell me, how are you doing? And this is what you're gonna tell me. You're gonna be, all right, I'm doing all right. Here we go. Let's sing together. Good afternoon, blues. Blues, how do you do? All right, I'm doing all right. Good afternoon, blues. Blues, how do you do? All right, I'm doing all right. Good afternoon, blues. Let's do it one more time. And here we go. Oh, good afternoon, blues. Blues, how do you do? All right, I'm doing all right. Good afternoon, blues. Blues, how do you do? All right, I'm doing all right. Good afternoon, blues. Blues, how do you do? Woo! Nice. So, my friends, we start the afternoon like this, and we have this great song that we like to call it our ritual song, right? The good afternoon song. And now it's a song about shaking, shaking, shaking. Let's all shake our bodies and warm up for this great Duke adventure. And let's start shaking. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Shake, 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 and shake it till you stop. Aha, good. Music stops, we stop. Should we rehearse one more time? Yeah, musicians, we like to rehearse a lot. Let's do it one more time. A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Shake, 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 and shake it till you stop. So, in this song, we like to move in different ways. I cannot right now see you. Maybe you can give me some ideas on how to move. What about jumping? Let's all jump. Here we go, nice and tall. Woo! Yes. Yes. Nice. it's moving. Let me see. Here is much better, my friends. Okay, now it's nice. Okay, so we jump. What else do you like to do, my friends? What about stomping? Do you like to stomp? Let's all stomp together. Stomp hard. Stomp. Nice. What else can we do? We jumped. What about, it's pretty cold today. Maybe going for a run? What about going for a run in Central Park? Are you ready? Let's go for a run, my friends. Here we go, fast! Central Park. Maybe we should just shake one more time, and I'm gonna tell you what we're gonna do now. Let's shake one more time. Can we all count together? A 1, a 2, a 1, 2, 3, 4. Shake, 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 shake. Let's shake until you stop. Nice, my friends! Woo! Wow! Well, my friends, we are going to take the train because we have landed after running so much. We are in Central Park, Columbus Circle. And my friends, today we're going to meet Duke Ellington. Duke Ellington was one of the most famous pianists, arrangers, and composers from the U.S. and the jazz world. Duke Ellington composed more than 2,000 songs. Woo! One better than the other one. Yes, all hits. And, you know, Duke Ellington moved from Washington to D.C., where he was born. He moved to Sugar Hill in Harlem, here in New York. And he loved to play and perform at Cotton Club. So I have an idea. Why don't we pretend and let's go and wake him up? Yes, right? It's pretty late. But you know, jazz musicians, they tend to sleep until late. Some of them because they play until late. And I think that Duke was playing last night at Cotton Club, so he's sleeping. Why don't we go and wake him up? But for that, my friends, we need to go to Harlem. How do we get to Harlem? From Columbus Circle. Should we take a city bike? It's too cold. No. Yes, let's take not the A train, the C train. Yes, you're right, the C train. Let's take the C train. Yes, let's take the C train going local. C train going local. So we're going to go down the stairs. Let's go down the stairs of the subway. Here we go. Do you have your metro card? Let's, yeah, through. Yeah, phew. Here we go. The doors open. Pew, pew. And we're gonna go happy-go-lucky local with the street train. Shugga, 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 shugga. Choo, choo, choo. Shugga, 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 shugga. Choo, choo, choo. Shugga, 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 shugga. Choo, choo, choo. Oh, my friends, this train is going too local. No. We need to get faster. Okay, we don't have time. I think the A train is there. Should we take the A train? Let's jump. Let's hop to the A train. You must take the A train to go to Sugar Hill way up in Harlem. If you miss the A train to go to Sugar Hill way up in Harlem, let's go faster. Harry, get on board, it's coming. Faster! Listen to those razors humming. Get on board, get on the A train to go to Sugar Hill way up in Harlem. Let's go fast! Woo! Woo! Shoo, shoo! Harry, get on board, it's coming. Listen to those razors running. Get on board, get on the A train to go to Sugar Hill way up in Harlem. Woo! Nice! And we got to Harlem in that crazy express train. Yes, my friends, take the A train. Oh, I think we need to get off this train, go up the stairs, and we're gonna walk to Duke's place. Let's all walk to Duke's place. And we're here, friends. We're here in front of his door. I don't hear anybody. I think he's sleeping. Should we knock at his door? Should we grab our percussions? Let's grab our percussions. And we're gonna bang and knock at that door so that he can wake up. Let's see. Let's count up to 5. Let's say up. We're gonna count up to 5. Up, Duke. Let's see if he can wake up like that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up. He's still sleeping. Let's count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up. Oh my God, this Duke is sleeping a lot. Let's do it a little bit louder. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Up. I think we gotta play all together in order for him to listen to us. Let's all play together. Take me down to Duke's place. Woo! Take me down to Duke's place. Yes, take me down to Duke's place. Yes, my friends, let's play. Duke loves jam sessions, and that's what jazz musicians do when they get together. They all play together, all the instruments, percussion, trumpets, trombones, saxophones, whatever, bass, piano. And Duke loved to do that in Cotton Club. Take me down to Duke's place. Yes, play those drums. Take me down to Duke's place. Woo! Take me down to Duke's place. Woo! My friends, we're here at Cotton Club with Duke Ellington. He woke up finally, and we're doing a jam session. That was great. We got to play C Jam Blues. We counted up to 5, and we said, "Up, Duke," and he woke up. You know, what about playing another song of his? There's a song that Duke loves to play, and it's called Chinoiserie. Why don't we play our drums and pay attention, because I'm going to play some breaks that we can all play together in our drums. Here we go. Come on, let's play our drums with our fingers on our thumbs. Come on, let's play our drums. Come on, 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 let's play our drums with all play together. Woo! Nice. Come on, all, let's play our drums with our fingers on our thumbs. Come on, all, let's play our drums. Come on, 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 all, let's play our drums with our fingers on our thumbs. Come on, all, let's play our drums. Come on, come on. Okay, my friends, let's do a game. I'm gonna play something, and you can repeat after me. We call it a call and response, an echo call and response. Here we go. Here we go again. And let's sing it one more time. Here we go. Come on, all, let's play our drums with our fingers on our thumbs. Come on, all, let's play our drums. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Woo! Wow, my friends, this was great. Do you remember we counted up to 5 and we just called Duke? What about playing C.J. Blues again and just sing those lyrics? They say, take me down to Duke Place, and let's grab our instruments and play. Woo! Take me down to Duke's Place. 1, 2, 3, 4. Take me down to Duke's Place. Woo! Take me down to Duke's Place. Sing it one more time. Take me down to Duke's Place. Take me down to Duke's Place. Take me down to Duke's Place. Now, let's hear the piano play. Mr. Dave is improvising right now, doing a wonderful solo. Woo, nice, my friends. If you are at home, my friends, you can improvise too. You know what improvising means? Improvising is when we create new things all of a sudden. And we can do that when we're talking, when we're playing music, because music is like a language. We're talking. So you can improvise by yourself, taking turns by one, or you can improvise collectively. Okay? So if you are at home, you can do this with us and just improvise with us. Okay, we're going to try to improvise collectively with Mr. Dave here, and I'm going to try to follow what he's doing. Take me down to Duke's place. Wow, we got to jam with Duke Ellington, my friends. Jam session is what we love in jazz. My friends, it was a pleasure to show you a little bit of what we do in Bebop through jazz at Lincoln Center. This is Mr. Dave, myself, Miss Sophia, and we're gonna say goodbye our way, Bebop way. Here we go. Goodbye, my Bebop friends. I'll see you next time. Goodbye, my Bebop friends. I'll see you down the line. Goodbye, Mr. Dave. Or goodbye, myself. Goodbye, everyone. I'll see you down the line. I'll see you down the line. I'll see you down the line. Yes. Nice, my friends. I want to see some comments. Wow, so many comments. I am doing all right, somebody says. I'm so happy you're doing all right. What's the name of the artist? Us, Mr. Dave, and Miss Sophia Toselo, and Dave Drake. And the artist that we learned about today is Duke Ellington. Go and check him out, because, beautiful compositions.
Hi. Thank you so much for that awesome performance. That's so awesome. You guys are so talented. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. We just wanted to pop on and see if there's any questions so that you guys can answer some questions. I know that we have some here in the comments. So someone asked, do you have a favorite jazz musician?
Well, I'm going to ask first, and then we're going to ask Mr. Dave. I do have a favorite jazz musician, several ones. And in fact, this term, we are learning about several jazz heroes in jazz, and are my favorite. Louis Armstrong, Ella Fitzgerald, and Carmen McRae. So there are several, so many, all of them. What about you, Mr. Dave?
Yes, that's a great question. Well, it's amazing that this semester we've done the Duke Ellington as part of it, which is fantastic as far as pianists go. He's amazing. I also personally love Art Tatum. I recommend checking him out to anybody that's listening. And Jelly Roll Morton, fellow great pianist as well. Willie the Lion Smith, especially for playing in a kind of solo way. Those are a lot of really great pianists. Yeah.
I'm really big into jazz myself, and my two favorite artists of all time are John Coltrane and Miles Davis. I definitely was loving what you guys were putting down just now.
Yeah, it's very hard, that question. The moment you start saying names, then you start, but I also like.
This person. Yeah, true. How has it been engaging with children in the remote environment?
Well, I think it's been a very nice experience. At the beginning, I thought that it was going to be very hard, but we're lucky that our little ones, they really got engaged, and they really get the sense of it, and they are really enjoying this music. It's music for some of them is new. They haven't heard it. So they really pay attention. Even the classes for the little ones, we call them scatters. They're from 6 months to, maybe 14 months. And they pay attention. And today, for example, we had band week, 2 weeks. In the 2 months of the program, we have band week, so that you can see the whole band. And these little ones were just staring at us like, wow, this is great. So I think it's been a very positive and engaging environment, and very nice.
That's awesome. How about you, Dave?
I guess, especially given the times that we're in, I think part of what I really enjoy about what we've been doing too is that we really emphasize the parents and the children bonding together. you know. So of course, many people are spending lots and lots of time at home, understandably, but definitely we're all about actually really tightening the kind of family bond, especially between parent and child. So it's in that regard a really nice way to help families connect. I think it's one of the things that I definitely love seeing when we play. You know, they can bond through the music, and it's always a wonderful vibe. So yeah.
Awesome. Ariana Mendez asks, what's your favorite musical instrument to play? What's your favorite instrument that you play?
Well, that's a good question. I should say singing, but maybe my favorite instrument is congas, but I'm not that good at it. So, but I love singing.
I mean, definitely for me, I think piano is the best instrument in the world. You can do so much with it. I really recommend anybody listening to learn piano, get into it. All other artists also end up learning piano. So whatever you decide on, it's something that will serve you. I also personally, I play the tuba, believe it or not. I also play with a brass band where I play the sousaphone, and it's fun for when you're marching around and when you're playing. So yeah, it might be a little bit big for some of the younger people here, but I also really enjoy that. So yeah.
I have a follow-up question on that, Dave. Is there like a mental switch that you like flip on and off when you between playing the tuba and playing the piano?
I guess that's partly why I recommend piano, because I feel like at the end of the day, you're using an instrument to make music. So if you have a strong understanding of music, then you can transfer that to any instrument. And the piano, especially for young people, is great because everything is very clearly displayed. To make a sound is very easy. You don't have to just making a sound, you just have to put your hand down. It's not something that, like, for an instrument like tuba, trumpet, saxophone, violin, all these different things, it actually takes an amount of understanding to even get the sound in the first place. So I think it's not necessarily as much of a switch, but I think just understanding music, I think, is the main thing. If you have an understanding of rhythm, harmony, melody, those things, then you find a lot of musicians can play multiple instruments, at least to some degree, So yes, but I think a good starting place is the piano, especially for young people. It's kind of the most approachable. Even guitar, their hands need to grow at least a little bit longer before they can really start playing. But that's my humble and perhaps slightly biased suggestion. But yeah, I hope that helps.
How do you communicate the life of jazz heroes?
Sure. So I think this is an amazing program that we've been doing. I feel really grateful to be a part of it as well. Essentially, this particular term is focusing each week on a different jazz hero, a different jazz artist. And essentially, like you saw we did today, we often form like these narratives where we'll kind of use everything we just played was a combination of Duke Ellington's songs. So everything we just played was a whole set list of Duke's music, but we'll often have like some kind of a narrative of, like, especially for young people, just to keep them engaged, kind of okay, we're showing up to Duke's place in Harlem and we're doing all this. But I think beyond that too, even just introducing the music for young people, we share the playlists with them. We share this, of course, for someone who's so young, it's all going to be brand new. But yeah, just engaging with the songs for the first time. I think we do it in a certain way that it's kind of palatable, but even just getting exposed to it, I think is it's a great way to get engaged with jazz heroes.
Yeah, definitely. The exposure is really important. And as you said, I think that putting the narrative along with the music brings jazz to the younger generation, because jazz sometimes doesn't get played as often as other things. So it's really cool that you can incorporate this with the younger generation, and hopefully instill a love of jazz in them at such a young age.
I just add, what's your favorite? I was just going to say, it's like definitely, like you said, making it something which doesn't have to seem like elitist or something that seems like you have to have like rigorous study. Because a lot of the parents, it might be brand new as well, and that's totally fine. It doesn't need to be like, okay, you have to have a background and education to really engage with it. So yeah, we're definitely all about that.
And now it's time for probably the most difficult question to probably answer. And that is, what is your favorite part of music?
Well, that we have fun. Music is like playing. That's why you say playing music. It's all about having fun and playing like you little ones, our whip up friends, you know. We like to play, we like to communicate. It's a language. And what I love the most is that time stops and you're just in this moment where you don't know what's happening. It's like, you know, it's like playing. When you play, you don't think about anything else. You're just playing and having fun.
No, yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, I think also, especially for young people, when I started playing music, I think it lets you express a lot of yourself, which, you know, some people are naturally maybe more outgoing, more expressive. I was definitely someone that was very quiet when I was growing up, but I feel like music, you can actually, even if you are someone that's outgoing, music lets you say way more with music than you could ever really just say in words. So for that reason, it's like a real... it's so healthy, you know. I mean, it's something which definitely allows you to get things off your chest, but also just be able to, say something, you know, really communicate something. So yeah, I think we might be just at about time. But
we have one last question. What are some ways we can learn more about this music on our own?
I would say, well, of course, go into Spotify, go into YouTube, and just typing on our best friend Google, just put, you know, jazz musicians, and you will get a lot. But I would highly recommend you to start listening to New Orleans music. That's where everything started. Listen to Louis Armstrong, okay? And music from New Orleans.
I'd also say, I mean, it's, you know, obviously we're here with Jazz at Lincoln Center today, but there are a lot of really amazing resources that they've put together on the Jazz at Lincoln Center YouTube channel and also the website, like interviews with legends. I was actually just listening to one the other day with John Hendricks, which was amazing, you know, this wonderful singer. And yeah, I think that's great. They've done so much. I mean, Jazz at Lincoln Center has been amazing, I think, in putting together things to present jazz for people of all ages. And then obviously when the time becomes possible, see as much live music as you can. I think that's, you know, that was what I did with my dad. We went to concerts together. So I think that's the best way. When you're actually in it, I feel like children love it just as much as anyone else. They just need the opportunity. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys so much for giving us your time today and sharing your awesome talent with everyone that was watching. So we really appreciate you guys coming on today.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we want to give a big round of applause to Jazz at Lincoln Center and everyone else that presented today. What a great day it has been. We had dancing, we had singing, we had artwork. We hope you enjoyed everything today. And a big thank you once again to everyone who participated. Kids Week continues tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. So make sure you come back throughout the rest of the week and see the full lineup of guests that we have. And if you need a reminder of the full lineup of guests that we do have coming on, you can visit intrepidmuseum.org for more information. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for joining us. We hope to see you all come back to the museum once we reopen, and hopefully you guys can visit in late March. So check back on our website for updates. So thank you all so much, and I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye, everyone.